Oh, do we got a show for you? Your father just detox my calling is random time. Transformation, I must add 1,000 lies and like 3,000 wives. You should know that I'm psyche. I'm fighting up demons that ain't outside. Better known as myself, I'm a demigod. Everybody's creator. Sometimes I'm afraid of my open mind. Shit in my mind and it's heavy. I'll tear you in pieces cause it's way too heavy. My diamonds, the joker is heavy. More like to give on the men, are you ready? Who keep them honest like us? Who in alignment like us? Who gotta heal them all us? When there's no one to call, hear the conversation. Ain't back the biz and shut the door. We're bitches in celebration. Hit the shit in Boston, what's the formula? Stepping out when the weight lifts. That floating on them. That floating on them. Oh, we're floating on them. And stepping out when the weight lifts. That floating on them. That floating on them. That floating on them. Uzi, your father's in deep meditation. My spirit's awakened, my brain is asleep. I got a new temperature. Sharper than multiple floors on the fate, I believe. I think about rapper Kelly. If he were molested, I wondered if I could fail him. I wondered if I would propose to the way that she posted the hurt that a woman carries. My mother abused young. Like all of the mothers back where we from. SSI buried family members. At the repast, they serve Popeye's chicken. What you know about black trauma? Half in this kicking back is another genre. Tyler Perry, the face of a rappers using violence to cover what really happened. I know somebody's listening. Past the regressions to know my conditions is based off experience. Karma for karma, my habits insensitive. Watching my cousin struggle with addiction. Then both in her firstborn make $1 million. And both of them off the grid for forgiveness. I'm sacrificing myself to start the healing and shit in my mind and it's heavy. I'll tell you in pieces cause it's way too heavy. My diamonds, the joker is heavy. More life to give on demand, are you ready? Who keep them honest like us? Who in alignment like us? Who gotta heal them all us? When there's no one to call us? Say, hydrate, it's time to heal. Stay, you're frustrated, I can feel. Huddle up, it's time to flag, call the troops, holler back. Huddle up, it's time to flag, call the troops, holler back. That's right, folks, old clip virgin. We're gonna set it straight. We've got the healing in our bones. The old comedy scene.
Over by this pain body because
we can do this. We can resurrect.
Has a life of its own.
The comedy
needs to periodically feed on more unhappiness.
Just getting warmed up. You be telling me I'm muted. Oh, got some jokes. But not like old Jeff Jive. I'm Jeff Jive. Some of that bitch, jumping that fire. Jumping that bitch, hitting that fire. Jumping that whip, come on that bitch, drumming that bitch. Oh, drumming that bitch. I'm doing something, it's a bird. Take him to the party, he's a nerd. Seen neighbors hit the corners in the motherfucking box. Done politicking with the competition, what's the word? Put on, mama never ate in the process. Never tried to tiptoe through the progress. Tongue tied with the truth is an object. What's the pros and the cons of the next shit? We're just warming up. Wasn't nobody around now is independent. Ain't a nice different bomb with the windows tinted. Heard a bomb got a shot in the party. Who the fuck that in the party? Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. Beat him up, I was getting double in the projects, man, and myself, and I put it to the side. Mom educated for the coop, got the road and school and wet pot pies. And then we gonna play both sides. If the red guys don't get the wrong red eyes, the headshot, they became one of them guys. Fuck around and bet two of them guys. I'm OD in Paris, I'm OD in France. I thought that I told you I need the advance. Put down your eye tail, look through my lands, I'm many to grab. How did I fit? Girl, your dreams to me is a fan. Negative million and digital dance. I'm fucking the world, I answer my pain. My Uncle G told me that I had a chance. So then I fucked out and did it again, and did it again, and did it again. Get no respect them, I did it again. Back from the castle, let nobody in. I'm swearing the rumors, I'm pulling the trains, I'm ducking the holes, I'm ducking the loonies. I can't with the shows, I'm grateful for the man. He opened up doors, I'm bundling up to me, but the coming falls. I reach to the stars, I'm about to be toast. Great success was more than his fault. I tell you my past, I'm shit to lead up. But how could you ask? Like I don't be riding my rap. Critics got everyone tapped, just gotta relax. The city where nobody sleeps, and that's where I'm at. Oh! Oh!
Smoking on your top 5 tonight. I'm smoking on your what's the name tonight. Smoking on your soul's name tonight.
I am the Omega. PJ ain't rolling game. SIE, don't you address me unless it's with 4 letters. I thought you know better. I've been ducking the pandemic. I've been social gimmicks. I've been ducking the overnight activists. Yeah, I'm not the chicken top. I got my whole your neighbors playing with me, man. I am the Omega. PJ ain't rolling game. SIE, don't you address me unless it's with 4 letters. Bitch, I thought you know better. I've been ducking the pandemic. I've been ducking the social gimmicks. I've been ducking the overnight activists. Yeah, I'm not the chicken topic. I'm a prophet. I answered the Metatron and Gabrielle. Bitch, looking for a melody. I am a legacy. A cup full of 70. I'll bring now spring guns to the melody. The big shot wrist home. Therapy soon as I press that button, they better get right like the evidence coming. I still when I let you be through nothing. You got at least one B and then jump. I'm jumping my mind to amazing, brother. Pop off only on occasion, brother. Rich neighbor, no, not made it, brother. Go favorite, not cop cases, brother. Face it, brother. Gracious, brother. New flows coming, be patient, brother. Show my ass in, taking a class like a multitask, like Megan, brother. Oh, got the eye.
2021 ain't taking no prisoner.
Last year, y'all fucked up on the listener. Who went platinum? I call that a visitor. Who the fuck back? I've all been falsified. The fact means this is the vaccine. The game need me to survive. The Elohim, the rebirth. Before you get to the Father, you better holler at me first, bitch. Smoking on top 5. Fuck that album, fuck that single. Burn that hard drive. Burn that shit. Ain't nobody safe, but I come up killing everybody out the south side. Who you with? Yeah, Kanye changed his life, but me, I'm too old to deny. Bitch, let me jump in this bitch. Let me jump in this bitch. 2 phones, but I don't bring one in this bitch. 1 dapper, but damn, I'm son in this bitch. No hoes ain't shaking and doing this bitch. I'm scary, I got a gun in this bitch. Smoking on top 5. No weapons.
Number 2, DM in my bitch. That's cool, that's why.
Oh, clip virgins. We got a show for you. Yee. Hope you got warmed up with me. Because I wore too many layers. Wore too many layers. The whole scene, Rogan doing it in 3s. Oh man, 3 sets of 3s. That is 33. You are Masonic. Appreciate my Masonic brothers. Okay, and sisters. You know, we let the women be Masonic too. No, we run them out. No, we are gender fluid Masonic. And the 33 is tonight. Okay. Actually, we are on episode 31, I think, or maybe 30. We're almost at that sweet 33. Now we might have to have a little celebration for the 33 episode, but in just such a short amount of time, I don't know if you've seen yeah, see if I can pull that up. I don't know if you've seen what's that forgetful guy named? Oh yeah, Jeff Dye. Jeff Dye's numbers. He's only on episode 25 or something. And he had like 600 views. 600 or 800 views. Let's pull it up. let's bring you on over. This is Ascension Day, and you know we are in waxing gibbous. Okay, we're about to open up with like the third eye Rogan here in 3 days. Actually, Jeff Dye's here trying to see it, and we'll have that full moon. Okay, we'll have a full moon soon, and like I said, you know, whenever the moon is out, my mind's at large. Okay, so that's just how I am. I'm lunar in the winters, and I'm solar in the summers. So that's the calendar I abide by. And I also do 28 days a month for 13 months. That's 365, nice and even. At 28 days a month, you get that sweet 4 weeks and 7 days. Don't know why we gotta be all goofy with our months, okay? You gotta link up to the lunar. It tells you right there, 28 days. What you doing that in days for and not telling us what month it is, okay? You know how difficult it is to figure out what month has a 30 and a 31? But here we are. So thank you. What I'd like to do is bring you on over to the show. But I like to take a look at Jeff Dye's numbers, okay? Now I would say that they're concerning, but they seem to be on par. But according to, you know, I think I might have one of his solo. There it is. Okay. And Jeff Dye, just to show you, okay, out of 228, okay, it's something that I only just started 30 days ago, a month. Okay, I've barely missed a day out of 30 days. And you only got one spot of your original like source content. Okay? And look at this. Okay? These are Ben Avery numbers. So this is, you know, among a myriad of other reasons why we don't think that this is a good situation where, you know, Jeff Dye might have come pretty hard on, or, you know, kind of put the hammer down pretty hard on Ben Avery. Now, maybe he did it because he doesn't really have the numbers for that kind of poll. However, this is only confirming that Jeff Dye, because it shocked me. I'm like, why would Jeff Dye do this? Okay, that's punching down. Okay, we don't punch down, we punch up. Okay, so you don't punch down and you start taking down the small channels like us. Okay, you allow for a little bit of latent learning curve leniency. And I had just assumed then, well, if he's kind of going after him, maybe he's not actually punching down, that it's pretty level. And sure enough, look at that, it is. So, and that's Lemon Bar Radio. Okay, I got all mixed up. So thank you, Lemon Bar Radio, for letting me know that you are a fan clip channel. You know, Kurt Metzger got me on that one too. I started thinking that his fan page clip channel was him. I've been messaging him, dropping in all those DMs, just saying how much I love him. Come to find out, it was just a fan-made page. He had to put fan-made at the beginning of his videos, of Kurt Metzger's fan-made page videos, because of all the times that I wrote in telling him much how I could revolutionize his show if you'd only tell me how much he cared about me. So same thing happened to me with old Lemon Bar Radio. He said he was a clip channel. They messaged me, told me, thank you for the coverage, and that they'll be helping the cause. Okay, and that I was floating on cloud nine. Okay, I told you I was walking with a little pep in my step. Old Ben Avery kind of said, hey, appreciate the help, Now, not expecting Ben Avery to put in 9 hours of the content we pulled out of just one interview. Not to mention the other days, other live streams that we've gone through Jeff Dye before we even knew what was happening. But I was excited to see that he at least saw that we're putting in the effort. Well, come to find out, in fact, was not Jeff Dye. Ben Avery. See? Ben Avery. Jeff Dye wants to latch on to other personalities to then become part of their feel-good reception. Okay? He attaches himself with these identities so that if you like this particular thing, then you must like me. And he's mentioned that he wants everyone to like him. And he wants to be the best in the world. How can you be the best in the world and, you understand how... Because this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. This is not even a consumer, okay? Even though he's buying the electric truck and doing all... And he feels so nice about his purchases, okay? That's a consumer. And yes, we need them to make the world go around because our world is reinforced by purchase power. So, okay, cool. We've got... Now, it's better than Asmongold, right? Because old Asmongold is going to sit on his money. He's making... Well, we don't need to talk about another man's money, but... Whoo-wee. Okay? And he's not spending a dime. Okay? He invests it, and he is now investing in lawfare, which I dare you, Jeff Dye. Please don't. But I got my retainers, and they're just ready to pounce. Okay. But no, old Asmon's gonna have a little fun with some lawfare coming up. So at least we got a consumer with a little bit of money. But where are you getting your money from with this 2.K views? I mean, that... But he's selling out. Are you? Maybe it's just a numbers game. I'm up doing this every night for minimum of 4 hours every night. I mean, if people can work 5 days a week, 8-hour days, why can't I talk for a few hours for you guys? Okay? That's the least I can do for you. So, and I don't find this as work as of yet. Okay? Once I gotta start clipping everything up, that does take a little bit of time, but I'm learning my scheduling a bit. So I don't think it'll be that much to do. And it'll be fun because I already started this whole thing with editing. Okay, so I can't wait to get back, especially after being gone from editing. Oh, I can't wait to get back and make little dance videos of Mersh. He's going to be a Lady Gaga dancing all around. No, I can't make any of those anymore. I get copyright strikes. Okay, I got so many. So you gotta clip those out so you can get paid. Which you guys know how much people get paid on these things, right? You ain't getting paid that much. I heard it's $1 per 1,000, maybe. So he made, or maybe $10 per 1,000, maybe. So he made $20. That's like a quick 15-minute set in New York at the Laugh Factory in LA. You made $20. You're a comedian. You're making money doing what you love. How does that feel? Okay, I'd rather do it for free than look like a freak like you. So, old Jeff Dye. Okay, I wanted to show you his numbers here. Oh, okay. So last Cowboy in LA. So he does find himself a cowboy guy. All right. Now, I didn't know that. I just had one look at him and I'm like, oh God, I bet he thinks he's a cowboy. Like there's nothing cowboy about you. You got no clue what it is to be a cowboy. Okay? Like, you have to understand, that was the most cowboy thing. Well, it's not. That is what I just did right there was the very simplest cowboy thing, most known cowboy thing. But you got to be a cowboy in order to know what that was I just did. And you ain't never gonna know. Because you're trying to be a cowboy. You don't understand. Being a cowboy is a result. So you continue to sit in your chair like you're riding bronco. Side saddle, die hard. And continue to think you're a cowboy as you're flashing things around and wanting to be the best. You don't know stillness. You don't know what it is to be quiet. How can you tell me that you're a cowboy? So, he's no cowboy, folks. All right? I can tell you that right now. And I suppose we can all want to be the best at something. But then reality sets and we realize that the numbers aren't showing that. Okay, now I'm not one to take the wind out of another man's journey sails. Okay, so you go sail around and do your Timbuktu journey. But in the meantime, we'll be nice and nestled in reality, knowing full well, not only will you not be the best comedian in the world, you won't even get to, and please help me remember this guy's name, the MySpace guy, okay? You won't even get to that guy's level. And even at his peak, old Scarface himself you ain't ever gonna see a view that high. And I'm telling you, it ain't high. That's a bunny hill. And I'm Black Diamond. So we'll get off the old Die Hard thing for a bit. Just needed to express myself. I appreciate it. But Jeff Dye, this is some tomfoolery here. If 30 minutes? Are you kidding me? I'm still in my intro. And it's near 30. He wants a whole... And this is an episode, okay? Now this is what I'm... well, maybe not. Maybe these are clipped out from his channel. Or maybe it's mixed in with both. Please separate them. But when I see a thumbnail like this with all the things that were discussed, that in my mind I'm thinking it's a live stream. Okay, I'm still trying to figure out how to thumbnail my live streams. I have no idea. No idea. But you did a 30-minute live stream? And you talked about all this stuff? I'm on one topic. So this is someone who wants to alter your perception of reality, not let you think for yourself, and doesn't have remotely close to the numbers that would give him this sense of euphoric abandonment of reality. Okay, now if you're Tim Dillon, then maybe a little bit, but we see what happens when someone leans into their prestige. They're given prestige, That's Tony Hinchcliffe, okay? He's beyond a meme. Okay, it's hack now to do Tony Hinchcliffe hating. I mean, as much as we all hate him, that's Brendan Schaub level. Okay, Brendan Schaub's he's coming back. He will be bigger than Jeff Dye will ever be, and not just because he's been on Rogan's podcast the most than anyone else. Brendan Schaub, that is. It's purely because Brendan Schaub has kids. And I know people hate hearing that. But when you hear something out of Jeff Dye's mouth like, I'm going to be the best at it, and I'm going to work it all the time, and I don't have a girlfriend or a wife or kids or responsibilities. So I got to spend all day on it. Do you know what happens when you don't have a little bit of structure? You think you got all the time in the world, and it just slips out of your hands. The more you try to grasp it and hold on to it, it just pulls out of your fingers. It's delicate. Time is a blanket that just lightly drapes us. And if you're not careful, it's going to slip away. So you can't tell me, Jeff Dye, that you're better than Brendan Schaub when Brendan Schaub is doing mechanical stuff. Okay, he might not be the best business person, and maybe not nice to his old producers, but who would be? Okay, Have you seen Hello Mark Harley? Okay, he's that's a ball of energy. So, and congratulations, Harley, on the. We have to go over that video, on the commercial work. Okay, so he's making money. All the stuff that Jeff Dye wishes he was doing. You ain't getting any commercials. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Because they go back. So anyway, Hello Mark Harley, you know, he's doing commercials, and and he was Brendan Schaub's old assistant producer. And it got out that, Brendan Schaub was just not being nice to old Hello Mark Harley. Well, does everyone need to be nice? Okay, that's, are we all children? Okay, we speak with people, speak to people with respect. But sometimes respect might not come out of being nice. Okay, a lot of lies can hide in niceness. If you respect someone, sometimes you got to tell them how it is. Because you love them. Jeff Dye has never loved anything other than himself in his life. And he's trying to tell us that he's going to be the best when he's never even touched the flame of the Phoenix fire, let alone been in its presence. So you are not refined. You're not rebuilt. You're a mannequin. Plastic boy, standing up like he's a cowboy. So we might not like a lot of the stuff Brendan Schaub is doing, but you can't tell me that Jeff Dye is more of a man than Brendan Schaub, because he ain't. Okay. Brendan Schaub is trying to hustle within business and kind of networking, but still he's very hands-on. Jeff Dye, if at the opportunity, would never be hands-on on anything. Okay, he will try to delegate die hard if he could. So you can be cocky and snarky all you want to, Jeff Dye. But people are starting to see you for who you are. And if you're taking down another man's channel, ooh boy, that's a beehive I wouldn't want to be around. So that's a little bit of Jeff Dye. Okay, we'll move on. Thank you for listening to that. I don't want to get locked into Jeff Dye, because, but you are not, you ain't no cowboy. Okay, you ain't no cowboy. Okay, that's Cowboy. You keep your head down, your mouth closed. You mind your own business. So you don't know what it is to be a cowboy. Now we got a little bit of Metzger here, okay? We got a little bit of third-hand Metzger. Wow, look how far down he was. That's how far down. Maybe there was one more, but nothing wants me to pull up source material from Jeff Dye, okay? But this, oh my God, you guys, you got to take a look at this interview, okay? We went in depth on this in a couple streams. a lot of hours worth. Probably 18 hours worth. No, probably more. Probably close to 25. Because there's probably 3 days worth. Yeah, that's right. 25 in 3 days. Okay, 25 hours. So there's a lot of Jeff Dye content in my archives. You just got to dig through them until I figure out a way to edit them into nice little snippets. But I might just leave this first month. Okay, this is all experimental. I barely knew how to speak before I started. Not to say that I know now, but I'm just learning how to talk. And I might not clip a lot of this first iteration. Okay, I'll leave this for the few that came along for the ride. Thank you, Jan. And we got a few others out there. We got Jesus Weedman and John and Tiger. We got a few of those coming in and giving me those amazing hours. So thank you. When you kind of just let me, be in your background a little bit, it does small channels really well. Okay, that's algorithm gold. So thank you. But I'd like to take a look at, we got a little Rogan action. Okay, we have now. I tried to cover Rogan and I got hit with a strike, hit with a hard strike. Okay, and because I'm just a new channel. If I don't do it again for a while, I think 6 months, sometime in April, I think. Then it'd be okay or something. I don't know. But I think they said even if I get a warning within that probation period, it'll be a strike. So I had to stay clear from Rogan. Now, I don't need to be doing Rogan, okay? But usually I like to pop in there when there's a guest that we cover. And that's what had happened. We went in there with Kurt Metzger on this interview right there, and I had some of the largest numbers in my chat. I think they might have all thought that it was the stream or something. I don't know. But my chat got really full, and then all of a sudden it crashed. So I wonder if that had something to do with it. It's like somebody just saw what they didn't like and just trying to take me down. So yeah, that's some sick stuff, man. Especially when it's not only is it not intended. I wasn't intending to take views away from Rogan. But it was clear that I wasn't, but whatever. Okay. And I like to hit it up on Too Lazy to Try. Okay. Now with Too Lazy to Try, like I told you before, he seems to be a bit like 2 weeks too late. Too Lazy to Try. And this seems like old material. Talking about Whitney Cummings a day ago, when we were already on to Rogan talking about ICE. So do we gotta wait 2 weeks for you to now cover how Rogan crashed out with the ICE? It happened in Minneapolis. Okay, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like this format that we're doing right now might be cannibalizing the comedy commentary industry. And well, not commentary, sorry. These are more compilation. These kind of compilation videos which surprisingly, after tonight, I believe is talking about such things. See if I can pull that up. I think they posed the same kind of question. Was it after tonight? Who was it? Let me check real quick here. Nope. But another person was trying to. What's he trying to do? Who was that? That might have been a different channel, but they're just trying to get a gauge on which is the more popular of these type of videos, these type of people, and like American Redacted, Apologia Comedia, and the Bert Kreischer one and all that. And American Redacted was in the lead. So people are liking American Redacted. But look at that. 2 days ago at 200,000. So, well, here you go. Look at that. 255 in 1 day. So we're not messing with their algo. Okay, so they're just fine. And that's great. So keep those numbers up, okay? Because I want to be kind of trailing in a little bit on the back end of that stuff. And I want to make sure that there's somewhere to go as I'm navigating these waters, okay? Because YouTube better not be taking out our ability to play channel or play clips and stuff. So, but looks like we're pretty good so far. So that's Too Lazy to Try. But let's I hate to say this, but we're gonna get Apologia Comedia out of the way, because again, this is one of those I think that has the music in the background. It's a little bit annoying, but apparently not too annoying if that many people have seen it. American Redacted does not have the music, or had the music at some point and has taken it out. So I'm trying to figure out if it's Apologia that has the Sesame Street music in the background that is unbearable. We are about aesthetics here. We like to see how people are doing their shows, their layouts. That's why I was enjoying watching some of Ben Avery, because he seemed to do a few different things. And while it looked kind of sloppy, it seemed like there's a little bit of a style to it that was entertaining to watch. And apparently enough for these clip channels to pop up and start making sure that he remains on YouTube. So let's help him out and make sure that you forward these Ben Avery clips, get them popular. And so thank you, Lemon Bar Radio, for reaching out. And we will keep an eye on the happenings. They said that they would like a little bit of coverage to send their way, and they can send it to the Ben Avery show or whatever. But good luck finding that in those archives. Okay, so you're just going to have to do that. You have to go back and look at all this stuff, because we talked at great length about Jeff Dye and about your guys' situation. So I'm just not clipping right now. Okay, well, here we are. Apologia. Thanks again, guys, for coming along for the ride. You know, really enjoy doing this, and understand that I will be making adjustments throughout my live streams to make it a better experience for you, because I am enjoying myself and I want to make sure that you guys are too. While I can't do every suggestion, nor will I even close to, because this is my vision. No, but we are very much in this together, and I would not be doing this, or I was doing this when there was no one here, but it is nice to have you along for the ride. So here we are, Apologia Comedia. Can you come up with a more peculiar name? Okay, I thought Clip Virgin was a little bit wacky, but you insist on making us rethink the English language every time we say your name. So have some sprinkle some respect on the English language. Oh, did I do it again? I just love hitting the name. Okay, instead of going straight to the video, I just go right to the page. All right, here we go. We got Kurt Metzger exposes how compromised Joe Rogan really is. Now, we were trying to watch Rogan and Kurt Metzger together, and the reason I probably got struck down was, well, one, it was really close to when it had aired, but we were trying to watch what was unfolding, because Kurt Metzger was saying a lot of stuff and kind of checking to see what Rogan would say about it. You know, like that there was these $50,000 bounty hunters going around and possibly murdering people for $50,000. Didn't realize it was so low. And he thinks then, instead of doing that, now people are kind of using journalism that way, or something along those lines. But he was saying a few things to kind of get a sense of how Rogan was with it. The same thing with Segura when he was on his podcast on Rogan, and he gave this weird wink right at the end. You know, after he talked about his special that he did, and he went on tour for 2 years, and he feels really good about this one, having worked it for 2 years on the road. What else have you been doing on the road, Segura? You just been working your material? Is that all? Why are you winking at Rogan? So soon after, Kurt Metzger is on Rogan, and then it seems like he's kind of pressing Rogan. And now here we are with some headline content. Okay, this is headline stuff for me. So we got source material of, actually watching the interview from the source, and then I consider this stuff headline content, the stuff that these type of channels extract from source material. I consider my live streams my source material, and then I'll be extracting stuff out of that, creating little headline content stuff. VODs, video on demand. You guys are just demanding them. Because, it's a lot of numbers. Oh, definitely smear campaign style. I'm going to rewrite your character. No, those are things you got to tread lightly with. Apparently, I mean, I don't know. I'm very ignorant in these matters, but we'll get them. I mean, you guys already see how I'm pausing, you know, and I like taking those real odd shots. Okay, so we'll get funny with it. But the thing that's going to be funny about it is that there's truth with it. And a lot of this comedy stuff that they're putting out there, there's no truth behind it. So then if they can't pull those emotions to get you to laugh from speaking these nuggets of truth that jolt you out of your matrix and get you to laugh. Okay, it's when you laugh or you cry that you go into that cathartic state. And now they're wanting to go political so that they can just get like cheers and claps. So they've settled for cheers and claps instead of laughs. And that's why I stay away from politics. It's a lot of like, it's the same reason why I don't function well in schools and other places where you have to sit down. You need to listen to that one person talking. I can't believe people just want to sit down. I'm never going to be part of anything that requires anyone to sit down and listen to one person talk. Okay, I can't handle that. So I vowed my whole life to never be part of any aspect of that. But I need you to listen to what I'm saying. I can't believe it. But old Kurt Metzger, I lost my train of thought, but I ain't never gonna. Oh, the fact that when people go political, it's then this lecturing. Okay, you're now sitting at a lecture, and there's a place for that. That's fine. But the reason why there's this huge influx of people wanting, or a huge influx of comedy, or people paying money for comedy, is because they need it. Okay, they're not getting it in films or TV shows. It's not because you guys are funny and they're coming back to see Bert Kreischer take his shirt off again. Okay, these are spectacles that the old YouTube makes people think, just because they're all full screen in your face, that they're a big deal. Okay, you ain't. So they're not funny. They're not funny. But here we are. We're in search for the comedy. We're in search. Now, I did see myself full screen there, and it looked like I got a hole in my beard. That's not a hole in my beard. That's an optical illusion. Okay? That's an optical illusion. And, like I said before, I ain't going full screen until, I get a halfway decent camera. And even then, I might not ever go full screen. But if I go full screen with the camera I got now, I look all digital. Okay, I don't want to look all digital. I need some definition. No, I do like the filters. Okay, that's why I don't like films anymore, because they've all been co-opted by the red camera. And it looks like shit. So they got to spend all this time in post to make it look authentic. Because it's too digital. But the other way, it's too digitally sharp. So I do like filters. I like film I like textures. I like a layer to create that suspension of disbelief. So that's why a lot of these movies aren't doing too hot anymore, because they don't look like films. They look like a TV show. They look like a procedural. So here we are. Get the old headphones on. Get ready here. This is my, one of my new things. Like I'll go no headphones in the intro and recap. And then when I put the old headphones on, then it's time for the old segment. And again, this will help me as I start chopping these up into videos to fill your feed and just annoy you with all my little 15-second shorts. Oh my God. I am in the camp of not liking shorts. You can do them and they might be good. They could do some good, but they actually might hurt your channel. I heard some people talk about how if you run shorts, it might hurt your channel. I don't know. I mean, I don't gotta be concerned about that. Okay, I'm niche. Okay, I'm very niche. Only a few people actually understand what's happening. And it takes some dedication. So I appreciate the ones who have. And please don't tell a friend. Okay? We're going to keep this nice and small. No, we need to get this popping. Like old Ben Avery's channel said that they would help us get us popping. Thank you. I'm ready. I'm ready for the big times. Jeff Dye, watch out. Okay? Because it don't take much to lap you. The old Galapagos legs of yours. But no, like I said before, I need a little bit of time to learn and develop a method. And then I'll get really ballsy, okay? You think I got a little bit of edge now, just wait until I find my rhythm. Okay? Now I got to make sure that the chat, besides Jan and maybe a couple others, don't derail me when things get hopping. Okay? Because I like them compliments. And I'm like Jamie Kennedy. I like being buttered up. And what a simp though, huh? What a simp. Jamie Kennedy, what a simp. Look at this. Oh my God. Here we are. We're thinking that we're going to have like a video about someone who is trying to have her use her looks to get a little bit of advantage in life. Yeah. Who doesn't do that? That's why people try to look nice, okay? You don't want to look like shit walking around. But as it turns out, it was a cope the whole time because he had some old beef with her and bitched out and unsubscribed and did this whole, then fine, I'm not going to follow you. If you're not going to pay me my $15 or $50. And she's like, well, I just figured you didn't need $50, so I just didn't give it to you. Now that's kind of, you can't be doing that. Okay, you gotta You know, you either gotta pay what you agreed to or pay what the new number you guys agreed to. But you can't just not pay him thinking that he doesn't need it. He might need it. Maybe he's going to use that as gas money. So she does. I mean, she does kind of have a little shisty side to her. Okay, so this is she's a little bit beyond the hustle, but she is from another country, and he loves to remind her of that and try to teach her lessons on how things are around here. That is very predatorial, and you got to watch out for people who go around trying to teach others lessons. Okay, but I do need to teach you something here real quick though. Okay, no, sorry, I tried to do it again and it didn't work out. But yeah, but watch out for guys trying to teach women lessons. Okay, that if you're a woman out there and you all of a sudden you have a guy trying to teach you how things, because he even said, he's like, hey, look at me, or it said, hey, look at me real quick, or look, hey, pay attention, hey, look at me, like that, because she was probably looking around or whatever, and he was very controlling. Okay, this is a very controlling person around women, around attractive women, especially ones that he feels that kind of did him in a bit because she might have led him on just a bit to get on the old podcast. So we took a look at that yesterday. Please go back and take a look. And I've got that parsed out in segments now. Okay, so you go back in my old, and I'll, as the days go on, I will go further and further back into my archives and time stamp the different segments so that you can, see that through at the timeline, the red bar timeline, and but anyways, big old simp, guys, couldn't believe it. Let's see if we. Big old simp. Now, yeah, I'm in the contraction. There's a contraction expansion. Okay, so these are deep, deep contractions, but that's when we get a little experimental. But as you can see, Jimmy Kennedy is a bit of a simp. I probably need to put EP30. I'm trying to figure out how to do thumbnails, my live stream thumbnails. So I think after I do the stream, whatever major segment we had will then be the thumbnail for it. And yeah, it's kind of how I'm seeing it go in the future here. But Jamie Kennedy, all simping out. Now, before we continue here, we're gonna spend a moment and take a look back in the old archives, or the old I don't know what to call it, just old timeline, and take a look at old Jeff. Okay, he's the greatest in the world. We will be doing this every stream. Sometime during the stream, we'll just Gotta give it a little Jeff Dye swoop. Thank you, Jeff Dye. Okay, that's him. Now, I couldn't imagine 7 years ago having that hairstyle. 7 years ago. Are you kidding me? You had that 7 years ago? You still have it. But now I know he's kind of doing a thing here where he's combing his hair to the side. But that's how he does it. I couldn't imagine having this hairstyle 7 years ago and still having it. This is very early 2000s. This is very early 2000s, and even doing a little swoop on the bangs and stuff. This is Jeff Dye's haircut is the most outdated. And to have the little things where he thinks it's kind of cool, it's not. Like, look how bulgous that is. Bulbular. That sticks out way too much. I got nothing like that. Okay? Like, it just goes round. It doesn't go this UAE. Your head looks like a UAE about to take off. It had just submerged in the ocean. Like this. And it'll soon tilt on its side and start moving. Okay? You got a UEA head. I don't know. A UFO head. And that little like underbite. The This is courtesy of Jan. She found this. Or he. No one knows. Jan might be AI. Okay? I think Jan's my AI that I speak to. And then comes over to my stream to encourage me. No, Jan is the producer. Jan's my Mark. And I mean Mark as in Kurt Metzger's producer. But look at that. Okay? That's insane. So get out of here, Jeff Dye. You know, it would be one thing if you were like this and you did mediocre comedy and people just had to be like, oh, okay, he's kind of like this cookie cutter kid and he's doing his stuff. Okay, fine. But you ain't, man. You got, drunk delusions. So there you are. It's a little Jeff Dye. Thank you, guys. Now here we are with some the old headphones. Get these going. You guys settled in? You got grab a little snack, get your little refill, and we'll get started with the show. That was just the intro. As a matter of fact, let me get a couple things set up myself. Get my water. You guys go and get your water, your drinks. And let me bring it over to the slideshow real quick. And I think that helps show YouTube that we're kind of doing a bit of a break. We're going to do just a 2-minute break here, and then we'll start the show. Are you guys okay with me doing that? With doing a break right before we get into it. But we'll start the segment in just a minute. Just a few more moments. We'll be starting shortly. All right. Here we are. Let's bring on back. Okay. Let's get the old headphones on and see where we go. Ooh, these. Let's get a little tight. Do got to let you know that you gotta go with a thinner frame when you're wearing headphones. It smashes. So just know that for the future, folks, because you can't be letting it smash your consciousness. It's like, ooh, it might be the thing to you. Looks like I need to get a new pair of glasses. Now, I've been liking these glasses. Yeah. My eyes are sensitive, okay? I can't be looking at... You have to understand, I'm looking at a screen the whole time, okay? I'm a man who never looks at a screen. I look at the sun. So, I have to protect my eyes, okay? I'm not in a production studio where there's distance between me and screens and lenses, okay? I subject myself to what I would say is an unnatural state of being, and that is to stare at this light apparatus for an extended period of time. Now, the glasses help, is what I'm trying to say. The glasses help, but they are a little tight with these headphones. So, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Apologia Comedia is the name of the story. And Kurt Metzger had a little fun with this. Now, again, look at what we're seeing. Except for American Redacted, okay? Like, let's not think about American Redacted, but look at these here. And let me change it up here. Because really, what it should be is, look at that, jumped 30,000 since we pulled it up. Heck yeah. Now, in my opinion, American Redacted tops these guys, but we'll take a look at these. But Too Lazy to Try has always been a solid, okay, so I've always enjoyed this. But you can see how this happened 2 weeks ago. Again, with this, 2 weeks ago. So these type of channels that are not streaming, that are only now, and I don't mean only, okay, in the sense of they're not doing anything, but what I mean is they have to, spend time finding the storyline and the content and then putting it together, and that's if they do it all. Some send it out to editors and they kind of do it or something, but you're seeing a lot of these people are doing it. Now, if you look at this, as I'm looking at this right now, what the hell's going on here? That's the same thumbnail. That's exactly the same thing. Two days ago, 1 day ago. So you mean to tell me, Too Lazy to Try, that you copied Apologia Comedia? Or are you Apologia Comedia? Because that is exactly the same thing. Is there something that... Do you guys know? Do you guys know that... Is that a known thing that these are the same channels? They're run by the same person? Because I'm seeing this for the first time. And I know that one of those Bert Kreischer channels, Cringe, Podcast Cringe, there's another one that comes out at the same time every single time. So more than likely, it's one person running two channels. And there's nothing wrong with that, if that's the case. But give us a bit of variety, man. What's up with this? That's insane. You have the one big head with then the person on the side and the person on the side. And it's done exactly the same way, where it's kind of faded in the back, and this is okay. And here we are, same kind of thing. People are doing that, right? That's fine. You're just using stickers, and you're just kind of doing that. Okay, cool. Although, how did you get to do that? Still learn how to do that. See, I'm not into it. Or I very much like doing thumbnails as well, but I'm not a digital guy, so I don't know how to do all this stuff. So I'm always experimenting. But this is pretty much what YouTube is trying to tell all the creators to do. It's just you got to put like either one or two big heads, and that's all you get. But why? When the thumbnails on the YouTube page are so huge now, they're taking up so much space. So now there's not enough room for small creators to get in there and get in the mix. You know, the real estate has shrunk significantly to have more real estate for the thumbnails. But yet YouTube's telling everyone to just put a face and barely 2 words. I mean, I'm writing symphonies on mine. I want you to know that I'm thinking about you. Doesn't this get boring after a while? Seeing this and seeing this, like, yuck. So I'm going to give, like, really, like really abstract with mine. I've been playing it safe. I even went back and put my old thumbnail on there because I'm just don't know if people get my humor. So I'm just trying to. I had a moment where I just felt like I was, I need to go generic for a moment and then let this be my oddity. But I ain't never gonna let that happen. Okay. You're gonna find out all sorts of things with my geometry and my thumbnails. But look at this, just the head. Okay, that's the same thing. So you tell me, is this because then you're telling me that Too Lazy to Try copied this, because this came out 2 days ago, and this content is 2 weeks too late. Okay, which was the original reason why we were talking about this. Like, and then I just saw this right now. Okay. So guys, we got to figure this out. Is this one channel or two? Or is it by the same person? Yeah, and that's like we all know like that right there is a real Whitney picture, and this is very AI, as Jen points out. Like she really is getting very Skeletor in the face. You have to remember, she bought a robot of herself. It might have been a sex robot. I don't know what to make of that. But she's jumping fences and speaking to giraffes. Go back home, Whitney. It's these horse girls. Okay, they're all the same. These brunette bitches just jumping on horses. Freeing the slaves. No, you got to, you got to tread lightly with the horse woman. Okay, they think too highly of themselves because they're always up high, galloping around and okay. Imagine, like, because you have to understand, guys. You have to understand. That's how people used to travel. So when they got off, you walk like that. So now granted, you're probably a bit sore too. Okay, this is cowboy talk, something that Jeff Dye would never know. But these horse women, they artificially infuse confidence into their existence when there shouldn't be none. Just because you're propping up on horses don't mean you're gonna talk to me like that. So you watch out for these horsewomen. They'll snip at you. But look at that, guys. 2. Lazy to try. Either copied this guy's thumbnail outright, or maybe that there's a template that people are using for creating thumbnails. Okay, that stuff's out there. And this is a template that's now available to use. Or they're from the same person and he just has 2 separate channels. Okay, we are going to watch Kurt Metzger one first, just because I'm way more into Kurt Metzger than I'll ever be to old Schultz. And I was going to say that he's better, I probably like him better than Jeff Dye, but I don't know. You'd like to think so. Until it doesn't go his way. Then, ooh, they get all pissy. So those where you purposely make it not go their way just to watch them squirt. You're my puppet, Andrew Schultz. Welcome to the circus. But we're going to check out Kurt Metzger's first, okay? But again, these are a couple of weeks late, okay? I know I'm not quite getting to the content, okay? So I will get to the point. But just wanted you guys to see that this seems a bit outdated now. I mean, does it not feel that way? And now maybe, I mean, it is for sure like 2 weeks ago. But maybe it just feels that way because we're just rolling through all this stuff. And really we're not. I'm barely able to get through one of these clips. We spend 6 hours on a small portion of a clip. But then if it's a conspiracy night, we'll let them play a little bit. But there's a lot here, but they are way behind. So is this a little bit of a sign of the peak of these type of compilation videos? Are we seeing where it's not really going to go much further than this? Because we're now witnessing streaming is starting to lap this, and well, not even streaming. People like Kino Casino. I mean, they're pulling in some hot numbers, and they're commentating on their sector of the world, of the internet and beyond. And they're hitting 50K views. Or more, I think. But their material's up to date. So at best, these channels are allowing for a little bit of breathing space so that they can compile a bit of the discovery from streamers or from people who are commentating. Do they stream? I'm sure they do. So interesting. Something to kind of keep an eye on, and but I'm sure we'll by summertime start hearing a little bit of the decline of the compilation videos. But while they're here, more popular than ever, let's go ahead and take a look. But I'm just telling you, I think this is at its peak right now. And you can usually tell these kind of things and these patterns because of the lag between what can be done in the moment. That's what's happening in education and the school system. It's behind what is actually capable at home. You can learn so much more and be so much more efficient now that we have computers and all that. So there's really no need for a school except for a community, some kind of community hub. But it doesn't seem like it's even doing well at that. So there are not a lot of breakout stars in the education system. That should kind of tell you something. But we got a few of those old wacky children with the, doing weird physics. Okay, so keep that up, and I hope to hear about your new discoveries of the consciousness. But I think we're seeing the peak. We're seeing, and Elephant Graveyard was something that was okay, cool. There is something beyond just this. Now, these are American Redacted and Too Lazy to Try, and occasionally Apologia, I would say. They're not annoying, except for the music with this one. Let's just say that. But there's a few that have been a bit annoying. And we like to hear the little quiver in their voice after they have to come back and do their narration, knowing that we can't stand it. Ooh, they get all shaky. They completely lose the confidence to narrate their own stories, their own little webs that they weave. So we're going to make them real self-conscious. No, please don't. We need them to never know we know. And again, as you can tell, we're coming into a full moon, folks. There's gonna be a lot of energy, and I hope you can take it. I'm going to push the bounds, because there's people out there saying all sorts of things, and I can't believe they got a channel. So no more light footing around here. It's about to get real with Apologia Comedia.
Let's be clear. The idea that Democrats want to get to the bottom of this is, remember, if you brought up Epstein at all, you were a conspiracy theorist for the entire time before Trump got in again. Remember that?
Yeah.
Why would you? In fact, they said, why would you bring it up? The reason any Democrat would possibly bring it up now, because they know Trump cannot reveal it.
Once we know that the Trump administration isn't getting to the bottom of it, no one is.
Oh, you don't trust Cash no more? Guys. He looks so reliable on here. Wow. You know his supposed honeypot girlfriend, they're suing. But she's suing everybody. They said she's a IDF honeypot or whatever the fuck.
Who's suing? Was she suing
his girlfriend?
People?
Yeah.
Who's she suing?
By the way, that should clear up those Jew rumors. Am I right?
Kurt Metzger's latest appearance.
Okay, and here. Now it's nice to see this again. I scare easy. Okay, so don't think I'm tough. Okay, I scare easy. So I haven't looked at another Joe Rogan clip since I got hit. So it's nice to see old Kurt Metzger behind that, or in front of that old red velvet again. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Janet, I was going to ask. Yeah, what it was from. Okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. And so this was a great little interview, and this is after Kurt had gone on a curb spree. Okay, he had done a handful of really good 1 hour, 2 hour interviews. It was right around New Year's too. So New Year's Eve, coming out with 2 hour and 22-minute one. Now, again, I'm pretty sure my New Year's Eve was at least 6 hours. I think right close to 8. Just having a little fun. But this is the one that has the music in the background. It sounds like he had turned it down a bit, so that's good. But let me take it back here and see what Kurt was trying to say here.
She's suing.
That should, by the way, that should clear up those Jew rumors. Am I right? They're suing. Wow. Oh, you know.
Once we know that the Trump administration isn't getting to the bottom of it, no one is.
Oh, this is.
So you don't
Epstein
trust
stuff.
Cash no more. He looks so reliable on here. Wow. You know his supposed honeypot girlfriend. They're suing. But she's suing everybody. They said she's a IDF honeypot or whatever the fuck.
Who's suing? She's
his
suing
girlfriend.
people?
Yeah.
Who's she suing?
That should, by the way, that should clear up those Jew rumors. Am I right?
Kurt Metzger's latest appearance on JRE was pretty...
Latest? Well, okay, yeah, I guess. I suppose that's the right way to say it, right? I'm just saying, whoa, this was a long time ago. But sorry, go ahead.
refreshing. Kurt Metzger's latest appearance on JRE was pretty refreshing, especially if you
That's
like
right,
to put
right,
on the
yeah.
tinfoil hat now and again. Kurt
Yeah.
is basically a more polished Eddie Bravo.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Like, Kurt Metzger is someone I can kind of listen to a bit more than Eddie Bravo, I guess. But not, yeah, I don't have. There's people that have a little bit of Eddie Bravo hate because of his association with AAA. I like how Eddie Bravo winds up Joe Rogan, because Eddie Bravo gets into his theatrical kind of voice when he gets going, and you have to understand they're wearing headphones, so that's all that they can hear, and it's in their ear. And so he really uses his microphone mechanisms to, manipulate the emotions. And Rogan just does not like it. So Kurt Metzger in the early, a couple years ago, or whatever, maybe a little bit more, like 2 years ago, he was still a little too light denim for me. Okay, he's wearing those really simple jeans and looking real sloppy, and the way that he spoke sounded like he loved to yell at women. Now, I love yelling, but I ain't trying to yell at women. I'll yell at men. But everyone's got their thing. So I just didn't listen to too much of it. But ever since he got that girlfriend, putting him in his place, thank you very much. I forget your name, but she's the art curator of Getty. He's wearing Carhartt. Okay, he's kind of cleaned up his act. Now, he's not fashionably creative. He writes stories and stuff, so you can say that he's creative in that sense. But Carhartt's where that's what you can do. Now, again, was wearing Carhartt decades ago, a decade ago. You know, that's what social media does. Okay, it takes people's style that they created in the corners of society, and then blasts it everywhere. And you never get to just have your own style. Everyone's got to cop your style. But Kurt Metzger is wearing Carhartt because he's cleaning up his act. So he was one that I could get quite a bit of information from. He's giving a lot, and Eddie Bravo kind of hits that ceiling pretty quick, in my experience. And a lot of it has to do, I think, maybe with him wanting to talk about himself. Maybe. I can't quite remember what it was that I just kind of maybe not want to listen to him as much. But I was listening to him for the conspiracy kind of stuff. Just a little fringe kind of, but it wasn't too fringe. But he had to go on his own, or go on this different platform. I forgot what platform that was. Because it wasn't Rumble, it was something else when he first started doing his own podcast. So he had been on Rogan for years, and then I think just only recently, in the past 4 or 5 years, started his own show. It's he's got that compilation intro. It's got all the stuff, and he's like, it's got the Elon Musk quote. You know it's real because it looks so fake. You know, he's out there. You know, he doesn't believe there's any nuclear bombs or dinosaurs don't exist. You know, all the good stuff. Okay, you got to have one that goes really far out there and just kind of sits in it for a little bit. And what you'll find is that they might not pick the right one initially, but if you allow them to kind of wade in those waters, they will cling on to some truth for dear life, because it's scary out there when you thinking that that the sun is local. Although, and again, we were about to have a full moon, and during those eclipses, we're reminded that the moon's the same diameter as the sun. Oh God, how has it happened? How is it like that every single time? So you can either think that they're the same size, or one's massively bigger and massively further away, and it just so happens to be at the same exact position that this particular other smaller yet still massive mass is, and it just lines up so perfectly. Yeah. You decide. Okay? Have fun with those mental gymnastics. Or they could just be the same size. Or the moon could be a reflection of the planet. that we see refracted off of the dome. This impenetrable layer that is over our planet. You ain't ever getting out. No such thing as space. It's in your mind. So they love them mental gymnastics. We've all seen those rockets. Okay, this new rocket technology that has emerged just within the past couple of decades has brought new light to how far we can actually reach into space. Okay, they're scraping that wall, folks. Okay, those missiles are up there scraping the wall. You all can see it. So you got to let that sit. You got to sit with that for a minute and figure out if you're going to be okay with the conclusion that we might be in the contained system. So that's the mind of a genius. No. That just all something to think about, So he kind of goes there a little bit and lets you kind of wade in those waters so that you can kind of see what you can parse out of it. And Kurt Metzger wasn't really doing that. Okay, he about 5 years ago, he seemed very defensive over the Schumer stuff. The Schumer allegations that she was stealing jokes, and he just happened to be a writer for Schumer, Amy Schumer. She's making a Schumer resonance, and she's making her comeback, being a little bit thinner. Don't change your face, okay? You have to understand, just because you're thin, it doesn't mean your face has changed. It's the face that we didn't like, Schumer, okay? It's your face. Get off of the film screens, okay? We don't want to see the face that belongs behind a counter, asking us if we need help when we walk up to the train station. Go back to your cubicle, Schumer. But old Kurt Metzger wrote for her. And don't know where it's going with that. So here we are. So he seemed like he was playing a little bit of defense about 5 years ago, maybe even more. But it only seems like just maybe in the past couple of years that he's really gotten into conspiracies like this. Let me know if I'm wrong about that, but it seems probably after COVID maybe is when, because he was doing Kyle Dunnigan's show and Jimmy Dore. So I would say, yeah, probably through Jimmy Dore's show, right? And he says that all the time, that because of the Jimmy Dore show, he's had to learn a lot about politics, and now he's questioning everything. So I think we're kind of seeing someone before there's large social pushback.
And it's good to see it because we lost that with Eddie Bravo. When Rogan wasn't as responsive to Bravo, there was large social pushback, and he really hasn't recovered from that. Well, he has in his own way, but you're not my guiding light no more. I need a man with a plan. And you're too busy playing jujitsu. So I can appreciate that about Metzger, not being a fighting guy. Now, I'm a fighting guy. But I don't need to hear about it every day. So that's, again, why I'm not talking politics. There's plenty of people out there who are doing a fine job with politics. Really the only time that I probably would oh Jebediah. The only time that I'll be bringing up politics is if these people are bringing it up. But I hope you guys can appreciate the time off of that. So, but during the day, do all that. At another time, and I do that as well occasionally. But and I'm not saying that, we're so cool because we don't do politics and that's what makes us this cool little underground thing. But it's because that's what we are. Okay, that's what we are. And Chef Dai is trying to take it away from us. So we need to be on the preemptive. And get him. No, don't get anybody. But have a little fun in the comments. Okay, I love having a little fun in the comments. And you guys, these people have Instagrams. I don't know if you know this or not, but old Instagram, you can call somebody. Okay, that's as soon as Kendrick Lamar friends me, I'm calling him. That's why he doesn't follow anyone. But no, that stuff, that Instagram stuff and all that TikTok, that's those are political pipelines. It's all advertising too. So it's all ideology and advertising. And you'd hope that Instagram was going to be not that, and especially TikTok was going to kind of be a way to animate yourself and do performances and do stuff like this to just kind of perform. And now everything's gotten political. So it's really, really sad. Really sad. So we want to keep the performance and the truth is rooted within the performance. But it's all fake, folks. All fake. No, I'm being real. Okay? I'm being real. And Kurt Metzger has won me over. He's that old German giant. So, but I'm sure he's doing fine. Whatever your name is again, Eddie Bravo. See, when Kurt Metzger's around, I can forget my own name. But here we are. Let me see if I can kind of change up my settings here real quick before we dive in. Oh. Wait, never change your settings in mid-stream. I'll just let it go. Here we are.
Eddie clearly knows what he's talking about, he just can't always articulate it. So he ends up yelling,
Here, let's back it up, see where we were. Thanks for letting me rant. I need a good rant, okay? Again, I've spent many years cultivating a life so that I don't have to speak. So that I can speak to you guys. Now, I wouldn't be speaking for 8 hours on a stream if I was speaking all day. So, catch my drift? So I have to preserve so that I can give. And that is the alchemic exchange with one's medium. There's a little bit of a sacrifice. But these literal autistics getting up and magic with a K and think that it's actual sacrifice. So no sacrificing. It's just your own kind of sacrifice. But it is odd how these societies isn't that what Kurt Metzger was talking about? How they all kind of revert to a very strong, leaning into human sacrificing. But maybe it's just because those type of people have been running the roost, or whatever, however you say it. Been running the roost a bit too much. But apparently you can get energy from it. Oh, and don't we all just want energy? You guys realize you guys can create your own energy. Okay? You don't have to extract it from someone else. But you all forgot how to breathe, how to speak, how to resonate. Just stand at the screen, wanting someone else to tell you to do something. But let's go ahead and take a look at old Kurt Metzger.
especially if you like to put on the tinfoil hat now and again. Kurt is basically a more polished Eddie Bravo. Eddie clearly knows what he's
Thanks for
talking
watching,
about,
guys.
he just
Thanks
can't
for-
always
Yeah.
articulate it. So he ends up yelling, "Look into it." Kurt, on the
Oh,
other
look
hand, if
into
you
it. I
ask
forgot
him
about
to
that.
expound, you better buckle up, because at some point you're going to
Yes, exactly. That is what he would do a lot. He wouldn't expound on some of these ideas, and I'm like, oh, he's like hitting the ceiling. And yeah, okay, cool. Apologia Comedia. Oh, I'm not even subscribed to you. See, that says a lot, okay? Because I'm subscribed to all you guys, so I must have unsubscribed to you. I'm subscribed to your channel because of the Sesame Street music. But I'll give it a subscribe and a like. When you're on the show, you at least get a like if you made it on the show. And I apologize if I had and I put a like on the Jimmy Kennedy ones. Those are good ones. But here we are.
find yourself seriously considering lizard people. He's going to hit you with information. And kind of like Theo Vaughn and Shane Gillis's recent appearance, there are moments throughout the podcast where it feels like there's this unspoken running joke in the Rogan sphere where
Yeah.
controversial topics come up and Joe either doesn't want to go there
Well, okay. Let me let this play, but look at the thumbnail. It's the same middle person with the two on the side, faded. So 12 days ago. So they've been doing this for a while. Let me take it back, and yeah, because look at that. A month ago, he was doing this. Okay. But is that his? Is he showing his, or is he showing Too Lazy to Tries? I'm assuming it says, and look at that. He uses white. He doesn't use dark mode. I can't believe people look at computer screens with white. I can't believe that. I mean, maybe you got them all devil eyes, real dark and black eyes, okay? Mine are, you'll never know. But they are energy harvesters, and nothing about this gives me energy. So you're trying to take it away from me, and I don't appreciate it. So go to dark mode if you're ever gonna consider being on my screen. See how nice and warm that is? Just zooming, and that's why I kind of edit these in real time here, because I don't just want you to see this and get kind of like disjointed. If we're watching a show, I try to bring it in so that it all kind of blends in. So, oh, he's got them devil eyes. But yeah, you guys remember this though, okay? So maybe it's nice to have something a few weeks behind to kind of remind us. Now, again, these are the compilation ones, so it's not just that they're a couple weeks behind, but they allow for a little bit of time so that they can gather a few different storylines or a few different examples. So Apologia Comedia is doing a great job at that right now. But that means that he does white screen. Now, again, the things that I think of these people, I don't put those same kind of expectations on you guys. Okay, you guys are free to do and be whoever you are. Okay? I'm not. Whenever you hear me say like really, grill into somebody and talking about their features, just know that that doesn't apply to you guys. Okay, I want you guys looking all sorts of ways. But if you're going to try to be one of the top comedians, you got to stay away from the HGH, because I don't want to see vulgarity within your nostrils. Okay, it's a lot of bulging happening. Same thing with Rogan, because they're all hopped up on HGH, trying to get all hormonal. Couldn't imagine a man being hormonal, and they drink it to get those hormones.
Kurt, on the other hand, if you ask him to expound, you better buckle up,
That's
because
right.
at some point you're going to
He
find
does.
yourself seriously considering lizard people. He's going to hit you
Yep.
with information. And kind of like Theo Von and Shane Gillis's recent appearance, there are moments throughout the podcast where it feels like
Yep.
there's this unspoken running joke in the Rogan sphere where controversial topics come up and Joe either doesn't want to go there or he plays dumb like he has no idea what's going on.
Right. Okay. So they're both those guys were on the show, and they both mentioned. Didn't they both mention Israel and death threats? I mean, for sure Theo did. And then Shane Gillis trying to talk about Nick Fuentes right at the tail end, okay? Joe Rogan and the Shane Gillis episode was the one where Rogan did this. He was trying to end the show for such a long time. He was getting so frustrated. He was basically crawling out of his skin, looking at the ceiling, going, it was insane. Okay, and we saw it in real time from the source. And that's why I think it's so important to watch source material, especially during live streams like this. But I got a little, I got hit. So I'm trying to figure out the landscape and make sure I don't get hit again with a strike. So, Rogan might be a little too hot, but from what Random Show said, he said that he used to cover Rogan, just like everyone used to cover Rogan. And you just got to be pausing a lot. But these guys were talking about basically having death threats. From who? Jeff Dye? Did you embarrass him? Because he'll go there.
It was so humiliating once it was public that I was like, all right, I'm going to kill someone or myself if I don't stop drinking just to deal with this. So
Okay. So you guys heard him. If you humiliate this Goomba, this goulash eating redacted.
I'm going to kill someone or myself if I
Oh, here we go.
have the entire internet shitting on you and your colleagues shitting on you. It was so humiliating once it was public that I was like, all right, I'm going to kill someone or myself if I don't
Jeff's swearing his allegiance as he's threatening self-harm or the harm of others because he got embarrassed. Now look at all this blue light. Okay? If something's not making you beautiful, it's not natural. Okay? And Jimmy Kennedy thinks that his humor makes him beautiful. You don't. You belong in a whimsical fairy tale. But Jeff Dye is saying a lot and looking so little.
your internet shitting on you.
Wait. You got the internet shit on you? Jamie's like, okay. Yeah, like, you mean like everyone? Everyone? Okay. Everyone has had internet hate.
And your colleagues shitting on you.
Oh, no. And who would you consider your colleagues? So he's saying, oh, my colleagues are shitting on me. So he's saying other comedians then, because you ain't got a job. So he's saying other comedians are shitting on me. Yeah. So not liking Jeff Dye is not only a bad look, ain't a good look. If you don't like Jeff Dye, his words, it's not a good look. I don't get it. I don't get why they're shitting on me. It's not a good look. So not only does he think that it's not a good look, not a good look. But
So humiliating once it was public that I was like, all right, I'm gonna kill someone or myself if I don't like stop.
yeah, you need to stop, Jeff Dye. Okay? This is the best in the world, folks. He's the #1 comedian in the world. This guy wants you to think that. I can't even imagine eyes on me. And this one's got one rolling in the back of his head because he loves eyes on him so much. He's trying to get them in him. I deflect the eye. I am the eye.
Shitting on you and your colleagues shitting on you. It was so
Colleagues. So his other, again, sorry for the blue light here. So he's saying colleagues, he's saying other comedians shitting on me. I was ready to kill. Or he was ready to kill himself. Okay? I don't know if you can even say that on YouTube.
humiliating once it was public that I was like, all right, I'm gonna kill someone or myself if I don't like.
You know what? Because what he's about to say, not only do I think he has drank, but he'll drink again, and he'll get in a. Now I don't know what's going to come first. I thought initially him getting in a brawl, some kind of bar fight or something like that was going to happen. He seemed very ready for something like that. Okay, I'm not saying because someone's going to do something to him. Maybe that is the case. But it looked like he was ready to get in a brawl. So it's only a matter of time when someone looks like that and they don't have any real responsibilities in life, that they're going to pick a fight. And so he's got that. He's got that energy. But I also think he'll start drinking again. I think he'll start drinking again. And it might be as a result of whatever happens after the brawl incident. You think that the car incident was crazy because that just supposedly only involved himself. Now imagine some chaotic public incident involving a few other people. It's going to be a show. So quit thinking you're the best comedian. You need a drink, okay? You need to go back to drinking so you can think straight.
One of the best moments is when Kurt calls out Joe talking about AI potentially becoming Jesus. Kurt points out that's basically the definition of the Antichrist and Luciferian. Because of course Joe would think that. Look at how many AI tech dork friends he has. Kurt also goes pretty hard on the Trump administration, calling out guys like Hegseth and Cash's quote-unquote girlfriend. But right from the beginning, He goes all in and brings up the dumpster fire Joe refuses to discuss, Turning Point USA.
How you like that Nicki Minaj, huh? Really,
What about her?
did you watch, we've been covering TPUSA all week.
Okay, you're deep in the woods. I'm not. I stay out of that.
Deep in the woods? Deep in the woods? You mean following life? Okay, that's him saying, I can't be talking about all that stuff, you know. He was trying to shut up Shane Gillis too. He's trying to silence everyone. Now, if you look at it though, in his point of view, imagine being the number one well, you ain't not you're like number 3 now or so. Even Fuentes got on top and then they knocked him back down. So you're not the number one podcaster anymore, and you don't need to be. But let's just say, you're the top podcaster. I'm sure you've got a lot of people asking you the same kind of questions, and it could be just wearing on them thin. So that's what we were kind of seeing when we were watching some of this footage probably 3 weeks ago. Guys, okay? 3 weeks ago. We've gone on many, many journeys since this kind of coverage. But here we are. And we do need to recap it because we didn't even get to finish this episode. Not even close. But he was definitely trying to stop people from talking all the time. But we were discovering that maybe he's like, guys, I'm so tired of hearing the same stuff. Okay, like, this is a serious matter. I'll find a way to do some kind of formal thing about it at some point, maybe. But, so why would Rogan be forced to do that? Well, if he's paid to do it or to maybe not do it. Because a lot of people are just freely giving their opinion, like me. Okay, but none of that matter. But I'm just giving you my soul. Okay, just so you guys can hang out and have someone talking to you, because I'll talk right to you. Okay, I am one of those television shows that will get you schizophrenic thinking that it's talking to you, because I am talking to you. Oh, John, yeah, I see you out there. No, I just so you guys know, I don't know who's out there. You send a hi or something in the chat, and then that lets me know you guys are in the chat. Otherwise, they don't tell me anything. I thought I was going to know everything, being a creator. Okay, but no, they give us nothing. So I do appreciate the hang. But here we are, being reacquainted with some good source material, and it makes me want to go back and watch the stuff again. Okay, I miss these days where Rogan was just giving us so much with his emotions, or with his face. Remember, he went black for a moment. Like, it looked like he became a black man. And I've got the photos somewhere where he looked like he was Cuban. But anyway, here we are.
If it seems
Why?
like
It's so great.
because it seems like the right wing of this country is in some sort of a weird gang war.
Really?
There never was a fucking united right wing. It was a bunch of people needing some shit done that didn't get done, and now they're upset about it. And so because here's the thing,
It's a bunch of people scrambling.
Kurt and I are matching. Okay. He accidentally got his tail tucked into the wire. But yeah, he liked my look, because I did a couple streams early on with old Kurt, I believe, and he might have seen my essence. No, I'm sure I borrowed this from him. No, are you kidding me? I've been doing this longer than Pauly Shore's been having a Kleenex around his squirrely little neck. I'm the great Shiva. I am a sphinx in human form, with all the riddles of nature.
And so because here's the thing,
It's a bunch of people scrambling to be in control of the narrative too.
The poly market dudes have some network. There's also
Joe does not like
the show I sold called The Cutout. They do these cutout things where it's like you pay a company to put up. Remember when Elon showed what countries all the tweets are coming from?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Why the fuck are Indians and Sri Lankans tweeting about Israel-Palestine shit, right? Well,
Right.
It's because there's these bounties they put up, and you can get invited to like a circle. Remember when you would show me those things people would get of like, hey, say this shit and we'll give you this money? Mm-hmm. Well, now there's a bounty system.
Did he just... Now, okay, he's going to talk about the bounty system. But did he just throw Rogan under the bus right there? Was that him saying too much? And then Rogan's like, hey, man, you weren't supposed to say anything. Or was Rogan trying to show Kurt Metzger something pretty crazy? Like, oh, do you understand that people are getting, paid to say stuff, blah, 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 the 7,000 club, 7K club kind of stuff? Or was this a way for Kurt Metzger to let us all know that Rogan might be part of that little, what would you call that? Like little journalistic gig. So, get a little 7K for a little, how's your pop at Israel? Like, you gotta, I don't know. I might go full Somalian on some of that. Give me an opportunity to make some green, and I'll be all part of that mockingbird.
It's on Jimmy's channel. It's fucking amazing. So a bunch of people that I would watch them just like flip and say a thing like it's their job to say it. It was their job, but they're trying to hit a certain amount of engagement, and then you get like 50 grand.
And it works.
Yeah, exactly. So it and that's what I was saying with Rogan. So he's either getting paid to not say anything, or people are getting paid to say something. So,
both ways, yeah. I'm sure
Both
a lot
ways
of the
with what?
anti-Israel stuff, people being paid a bounty, don't you think?
Yeah, but China's making drones, right? If you want to know about the bounties being offered, just go watch the video with Kurt on Jimmy Dore. They offer influencers to post things with certain phrases in them, and it seems like Brazil is the one putting out these bounties.
Look at that white screen.
I get.
Look at that. Okay, so you guys tell me. You think that's okay? That's insane. What are you doing with the white screen? Some people do it.
To post things with certain phrases in them, and it seems like Brazil is the one putting out these bounties. I get why Joe wants to stay out of the TPUSA drama. He is fully aware of what's going on, though. He says all the time how he watches Jimmy Dore's channel, where Kurt is the co-host, and they basically covered the downfall of TPUSA. In just 3 months, they destroyed everything Charlie's built over the last decade. Erica is coming out on stage to pyros like it's Kill Tony, interviewing people Charlie would never even consider having on stage.
I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't.
They're young men. You have amazing role models like our handsome, dashing president.
Whoa. What? What? Now, there was something really strange with Charlie Kirk with her hugging Trump. And he's just like, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. All right, Kirk, why don't you get on and the press secretary, I forgot her name. Occasionally you can kind of see a little bit of the little, little puppy eyes that the press secretary has for old Trump. And the press secretary, and I think that's the position I'm thinking of, but her and Erica Kirk kind of look a little similar. They kind of look a little similar. And I almost wonder, because that press secretary is back behind the curtain on Air Force One with Trump. Back there, all tucked in by themselves. So I'm sure she's saying, "You're just so amazing and just so, oh, Trump, can I do the Jeff Dye comb over for you?" But what is she talking? So she's trying to get in some of that baddie right wing. She's trying to be a right wing baddie for Trump. So there are these people that are, these women that kind of bond after power. Okay. That's why I got the committed folks up in here. Okay. Because they like seeing a man in a position of authority. And they want to see if they can bridle him. I'm too wild. But what's with these right-wing baddies?
And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president.
Oh, this
and
is
when
when
I say that,
oh. Okay, right. So this is a long time ago. Okay, but it's a good reminder. Is she the one who says with what's the Kanye song? You never something about does she do the intro of that one song? As far as the night, never the night. Or I don't know, I forgot how it goes. Anyways. But yeah, here it is. So she kind of slips and says assassin. And she's like, it's okay that my husband just faked his assassination attempt to avoid taxes from the billions of dollars from the funders. Oh, Valhalla. It's funny because it's not real and didn't really actually happen. So I'm not actually upset about anything. So I can just easily laugh about the situation. But she said assassin and JD. Now, JD, her and JD, if you look at JD Vance and you look at her, they look like they've been eating the same food. They're on the same diet. They look the same. So, if that means they're eating the same types of food. And there's a lot of pasta involved. So, ease up on the chicken Alfredo, thinking that it's healthy because there's a chicken breast in it. Or the fettuccine Alfredo. So they look like they've been, her and JD Vance look like they've been together for 6 months to a year, maybe 2. I don't know. Allegedly. But yeah. But that's a little fan fiction to kind of ease the trauma. Just like police officers kind of make jokes about, if they got like a wacky, crazy guy that they got to deal with, they might make fun of a bad situation. So I'm just making a little bit of a fan theory for my own means of coping with that tragedy. So if Candace Owens can do it, I can.
I just find it strange that she called Vance an assassin. It was strange enough that he was the one that flew Charlie's body on Air Force 2. Like, are they saying he was the point man? I'm just tired of this season of America. The shows really went downhill since the early 2000s. Now we are just left with a few dystopian commentators that seem...
Well, and I get that's, I guess I am really enjoying these compilation ones because it does bring back some of the news cycle, because a lot of stuff happens and it's compounding and you think things are going faster, but it's things are happening more quickly, and you have time to process everything that's going on. Just a couple years ago, or maybe a year ago, there's wars over the world happening, and so here we are. But let me go back and see what he was saying. But he was making a good point, and I wanted to add to it.
To not care what they say, one of them being Lord Charizard himself.
The reason that the frantic buying up of the media by Larry...
Charizard himself.
The reason that the frantic buying up of the media by Larry, the shadow president Larry Ellison, is because they lost the next generation of trauma-controlled fucking mind slaves, because on TikTok, these...
Really? There's a huge one right here. He's 6'5" and dumb. Dumb as nails. And he's primed and ready. Okay? Again, the way to find out who is most susceptible to hypnosis is if they can roll their eyes in the back of their eyes, back of their head like this, and when they look up, their eyelid, the top of their eyelids flutter, or even underneath, it's a little fluttering that happens. And Look at this.
Yeah.
Flutter, 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 flutter. So there's a big old one for you, Kurt.
Of the media by Larry.
Being Lord Charizard himself.
The reason that the frantic buying up of the media by Larry, the shadow president, Larry Ellison, is because they lost the next generation of trauma-controlled fucking mind slaves, because on TikTok, these psychopaths bragged about crimes they did to people. And all the young Zoomies are on there, including in America, where we were force-fed woke bullshit by the oligarchs who are now suddenly horrified because they didn't think it would blow back, that their kids would absorb that crap. Guess who has not had woke programming for the last 12 years? Israel. So
Amish.
you can tell who's involved with the propaganda
Jebediah.
because they have no concept of the sensitivities of these gender blobs that were made in this country. So now they lost the next generation. So now they're frantically buying TikTok. They're putting Barry Weiss in charge of fucking. That's going to work out great. I'll bet she's already out based on the town hall alone that we covered. One of the worst things I've ever seen.
I didn't see it.
Well, you're lucky, but we cover it all.
I'm trying to stay out of most of this stuff because every time I talk to you, I get dragged
Really?
in, and I get
To what?
paranoid and anxiety.
Oh yeah, no, you.
Yes. Kurt is asking all the right questions. Yeah, to what? What are you talking about, Joe? Why being so fake? What's up? Why can't you process this? Oh, you can, but you choosing not to. Oh, okay. You're paid not to think. Ooh, interesting. No. I need some thinkers. I need people who say, no, that ain't right. Let me tell you how it is. I'm a big follower. I can veer off track easily just based on wanting to follow. But old Rogan wants to stay neutral, be all Shane Gillis with no opinions. Well, that's self-preservation, folks. Okay, and that's fine. Okay, there's always that sense of self-preservation when you've got something that you need to preserve. Now, many of us don't have that because we've got nothing to lose. So watch out, because we're the funny ones. We know tragedy with a twist of fate. And that's comedy. And you think it's jokes.
Be killed. I mean, you saw what happened to Charlie Kirk. I know you easily could be killed, and yeah, I don't know.
Does Jimmy worry about that?
Jimmy got his phone hacked with Pegasus that time.
I don't know anything about that equals I'm not allowed to talk about that. Welcome to mainstream media, Joe. You're one of the corporations now. Joe, I never hear about anything anymore Rogan. This felt like an old school JRE episode from the era where Eddie Bravo wasn't banned. The world really is crazy. We live in a time when someone as wild as Kurt is more trustworthy than literally any news company. Anytime he brings up anything about important...
Okay, can we just agree? Moving on. Just no white screen. Okay, you got to go dark mode. I don't understand why people don't naturally, and the people that really want to stay in the dark in the white mode seem the darkest to me. Like they're not settled and calm. You know, it's, that white is not nourishing. You can see these are warm colors. I want the hygge, and you're trying to make me shop in a department store with that white screen.
This Kurt is more trustworthy than literally any news company. Anytime he brings up anything about important people like Barry Weiss's town hall with Erica Kirk, which was an absolute disaster. Anything Erica does has been an absolute disaster. But anything about that or TPUSA.
Oh no. Oh, I hope I didn't. Oh,
this feels.
Sorry, folks. 1 second. Look at that. Imagine having to wake up next to that thing.
I'm on Street Fighter.
I was trying to audition for Vega. Okay, that's why I grew this out. They didn't accept my application. But somehow he got in it. I'm Vega. But sorry, hit the wrong button here. Let's get back to where we were.
Let's be clear. The idea that Democrats want to get to the bottom of this.
Oh my goodness. Let's get back to where we were. Sorry. All right, looks like Comedia might have some good stuff in this one. If I can only play it.
The AI is going to make Jesus. I don't think it's.
Oh, we got Jesus.
Seymour, he pardoned his nephew, or his.
You guys need to understand, okay? Oh Jesus, okay. Oh Jesus, don't speak that name unless you're ready for a revolution. So you tread lightly. But these are states of mind.
Sonny Hostin quoted Seymour DeButts.
No.
Sonny Hostin quote. I think it's Seymour DeButts or some shit.
Isn't that Seymour Butts?
No, DeButts. And it was when Biden did all those pardons on his way out. She goes, well, Seymour, he pardoned his nephew, or his brother-in-law, Seymour DeButts, and the ChatGPT had just made that up. So people were like,
oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, but she was a judge. Presided over child trafficking cases. Does that fill you with hope?
Yeah, but
I'll bet that was good to have her in charge of something like that.
She was probably tired from a long day of hard work at The View, and ChatGPT lied to her.
Look,
cut her some slack.
The point is, this is why Jesus won't be an AI, because Jesus isn't a fucking liar.
Oh wait, hold on a second, Rogan. You talking all cool and Bill Maher hip about AI being kind of wrong and blowing smoke up people's ass, and how they're. I thought just a few months ago you were talking about how nice it was and how awesome it was and how Grok is so cool. Now I don't hold any value to Rogan's or anyone else's opinion except for my chats, okay? And but I will say these you have to take what they say with a grain of salt, because they're just a little spice of life
that you got to tell to go back and look stuff up.
Eventually he'll get it right.
Also, Jesus wouldn't be made by a tech freak with a weird dick.
I think the AI is going to make Jesus. I don't think it's Jesus now.
I think it's going to make... Okay, if an AI...
Oh, because that's some of that blue beam stuff. Watch out. That's the thing you can't talk about? Is that what it is, Jen? Gonna resurrect the creator, or the human representation of the creator. Well, he's right in front of you. He's you. In reverse. Because he's already been here.
It makes Jesus, by the way, and this is just in lore. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm not Christian.
I'm in lore.
You know my religion, Christ Penelope, which I disclosed to you.
I thought you were a Scientologist.
No, I'm a follower of Christ, Penelope, the guy that farts in your nostrils to get the thing out. Remember I told you? Yeah, so that would be an antichrist.
This is the guy that farts
here's
in your face. He literally sits on your
here's-
nose.
Kurt's the only podcast guest that leave me with homework that I'm excited to do. First time I made it through a full JRE episode in a long time. This feels like how Theo Vaughn's interview should have gone. Thankfully, Rogan has a friend who will tell him not all of his ideas are good.
Apologia Comedia, stop with the white screen. Okay. Apologia Comedia, stop with the white screen. You gotta go dark mode. Please. For your followers. That might have been why I unsubscribed. I'm real fickle like that. I'll miss out on 3 months worth of content, potential content, just because I don't want to harm my eyes or your voice. So I need something soothing.
Especially about how his belief that AI can become Jesus is blasphemous and ignorant and just an
there it
insult
is.
to more than a billion.
Oh, man in blue. Hi, I'm the Messiah. Please connect to the ether as we travel the 7 planes of existence. Anybody can look like Jesus. It's not difficult. See? Look. We all look the same way. So, quit taking my type. Quit copying my style. Okay? That's just a type of person. Okay? We all look like that. So that's generic. Okay? This is unique. So you can see generic is far better to look at. Okay? We need a little bit more generic on the screen. No, he's a fine, fine man. And everyone seems to be so adorned, attracted to those curls, if only. Now, I don't like to, diss another man's deity. But if you were to have a deity, why not have one looking like this? You know what I mean? So again, I don't have a hole in my beard. That's just my thinking. That's just me doing. So that's why you can't be thinking. So this is not a thinking man. There's no thinking in discovery. You are. I am. So there's no pondering with a prophet. So if you see someone with an old chattered up beard, you can tell they actually haven't reached discovery yet. Give me 1 second, folks. Okay. Now, like I said, I don't mess with another man's deity. Okay. And my headphones just went out. So I gotta take a moment and adjust. I'm gonna slide over to the slideshow. We're gonna take a break here, but you gotta remember, image is very powerful. And if a bunch of people have an image and a strong emotion connected to an image, just an image, that can reverberate and mess up my Bluetooth. So stop it. But that comedian, boom, just dropped on the ground when she was mocking the name of Jesus. So we won't be mocking, even if it's a deity, prophet, or anyone that you don't agree with. And we'll talk about them all. Quetzalcoatl, he lives in Colorado. Mesoamerican Aztec deity. The old plumed serpent. And we'll talk about Shiva. Dancing on all your heads. Okay, but we won't mock. So that's not my foam, okay? But who doesn't look like this? Everyone looks like this. In my mind, when I see somebody, they look like this. If you're white. And if you're black, everyone looks like Oprah. It's just how it is.
Billion people.
All right. I forgot. I gotta adjust my headphones because I was talking about a deity. Okay. You gotta tread lightly with the deities. So we'll respect them and not mock them. But I gotta fix my headphones now. All right, 1 second. Thank you. All right. This should work. Amen. Okay. Everyone's got their little exploratory vices that some people got internet, some people got caffeine or weed or alcohol. Gotta have a little fun. And I've always wondered if old Jesus Christos was a little bit of a hippie. Okay. Jesus Christos, and this is not mocking. Okay. But old Jesus Christos just looks like a hippie. I mean, that's pretty much exactly how I look if I don't braid my hair. Okay, I had to start braiding my hair because I was getting too Jesus hippie. Okay, it's just what we do. It's our kind. And when you get a bit of that Jesus consciousness, you start looking like one. Okay. This is not a mouth breather. Okay. That's why he looks like this. So when you quit becoming, when you stop breathing through your mouth and breathe through your nose, you'll end up looking like this. That's what happened to me. I started breathing. All of a sudden, I started looking like Jesus. I'm like, he's got that nice flat old line, like cheeks, but angular, like a pyramid upside down. It's very anti. So that's what happens. You breathe, and you look like this. So this is pretty much how everyone looks now. And that's why I was shocked that Jeff Dye. I'm shocked that Jeff Dye still looks the way he does. I mean, this is how I've looked for the past 15 years. I would say, like, at least 10 years. I can imagine spiky short hair. You realize you have to constantly do something with it. It just doesn't just stay there, but when you grow your hair out naturally and you have to do this after buzzing your head, it then grows out naturally. So you have to start from zero. Well, you don't have to fully shave, but or you could, but just buzz it, clip it, as far down as comfortable as you are, or as you can get, but make sure it's all the same. And then you just grow it. And then after 3 years, it gets to be about right here. It's looking good. Okay, 3 years is your good length. Anytime after that, you got to start braiding it because you don't want to be a man with a big old, thick old mane like that and it going down the back of your back. Okay, so you got to get Viking with it, and you prolong and say goodbye to your studious days, and prepare for war. This isn't a reminder of how life used to be when I wasn't on a mission. Okay, so I'm a mission man, and I like looking at deities. By the way, You know, I spent a lot of time looking at Shiva. Spent a lot of time looking at Quetzalcoatl in his really crazy form, but very bright colors. And here we are with the old Jesus, Jesus Cristo. And that is the representation of it. That kind of look. So, what would you guys say that is now? What nationality would you say that is? And I mean, is there, you know, so that is, you know, I don't know. I can't get into it because I mean, maybe a bit Mediterranean, yeah, yep. A little Greek, maybe a little Greek, little Scandinavian, little Greek, but yeah, and he just like others have an ability to invoke an emotion out of an image. Now, I take a look at this, and I'm all sorts of twisted up inside. So, you know, you tell me. Sephardic. Oh, I've never heard of that. Yeah. But Rogan, but he's so used to searching for the stars in his studio because he's got the flashing lights in his studio, and one of them will kind of streak across the sky, and there always be one guest out of 8 that would be like, whoa, wait, what was that? It's the shooting star that's in his studio that he has to look up when he's searching deep. Okay, that's how you know a man is looking down deep, is when he's looking on up. Okay, it's a telescope in reverse. The further out, the further in. And this man is out of his mind. So he's inside out. But I love seeing Rogan in a hoodie. I couldn't imagine ever seeing Rogan not in a hoodie. He's got the traps that I want to see. He wants to constantly look like he's sitting in a chair, wearing hoodies everywhere.
Can become Jesus is blasphemous and ignorant and just an insult to more than 1 billion people. He literally had one of the best apologists on YouTube on JRE last year, and he told him that Jesus was objectively a real person. Oh. Joe even started going to church after. Not sure if he's still going, but it didn't take long.
I didn't realize I was zoomed in there. I just put in some new headphones, so I got to adjust the volume real quick here. But all right, here we are. Thank you for the rant.
all of his ideas are good, especially about how his belief that AI can become Jesus is blasphemous and ignorant and just an insult to more than 1 billion people. He literally had one of the best apologists on YouTube on JRE last year, and he told him that Jesus was objectively a real person. Joe even started going to church after. Not sure if he's still going, but it didn't take long for him to choose his, how did Kurt say, weird dicked AI tech friend over Jesus. Joe went on a podcast not too long ago, and I'm sure Kurt saw it and was like, I gotta fix this.
One of the weirder ones that people think this is a stupid take, but I don't care.
Here we go.
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
What's he saying virgin
So if you're gonna
so
get,
much? That's what I'm saying. Everyone's saying virgin lately. Stop it. That's my word. Everyone's saying it. Asmongold, a couple other people, they're like saying it all the time. You watching my stuff, Rogan? Get your eyes out of my screen, man. I'm trying to do something here. Quit it with these subliminals. It's far too early for that. Give me a year, at least. Everyone's saying it. The word is out. The old clip version is out there. They want it. They can't have it. Yes, exactly with Asmongold, yeah. Yep.
The most brilliant, loving, powerful person that gives us advice and can show us how to live, to be in sync with God. Who better than artificial intelligence to do that? Wow. If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person.
Hold on, I gotta rewind this. All day, all night. Oh, man.
Loving, powerful person that gives us advice and can show us how to live. To
what you mean, like your parents and family when you were a kid? What is he saying? How can it be someone that could give you? He's like, yes, because this is a Palantir puppet. Okay, what's the other company that has kind of bought a lot of these people, and he's part of it along with that the other professor who is brothers with another professor from Evergreen. Anyway, yeah. They're all part of this, like, they're all co-opted by, it's not Monsanto, but it maybe Halliburton or one of these big military companies. Yeah, and what is this? Yeah, what is this background? Oh my God. Oh my God, that's so bad. Oh my God, I could list off one person in particular, and I'm never gonna say his name. Okay, it's not even who you think it is, but that person's set is way better than this. And he's not getting paid that much. But I think he's found a way to make money doing it, live off of it or whatever. So I think he's okay. I think he's still able to live off of it. But that's what I'm saying. It's almost like when you have too much money, you don't think right. You think left. These are left-hand path people. But somehow with all my wealth, I've figured it out. So I encourage wealth, but there is something, even with Rogan's very odd, peculiar, ill-fitting clothing that just doesn't ring old money. This is very new influencer money that Rogan looks like. And if he starts wearing those Jordans, I'm going to go ballistic. So at least he stays very generic and goes in with the worst type of New Balances that Walmart sells. The real pointy-toed ones. I can't believe someone wears tennis shoes if you're not running. That's really, really weird. You don't understand footwear or just how to be among people. So you kind of show that you don't respect yourself if you constantly wear the pointed New Balance tennis shoes and you're a trillionaire. Get you some boots like Jeff Dye. Can't believe it, Fanny Pac-Man. Although it's really close. Okay, you can't quite go Fanny Pack, but there is something close to it that you can really do that could help and still not look super athletic and still not look like you came out of a Renaissance fair. There's got to be something in the middle that the Japanese are doing or something. I will say one thing. The Japanese carpenters. Okay, so this is their style. That style's coming out. I did see someone reporting on that, and it reminded me of a long time ago when I was watching all those Japanese carpentry things because that was really hot at the time. And you notice how the Japanese carpenter dressed. It was very simple but useful, and that style's coming out, and I can't wait because that's I'm tired of carrying this crown of fashion. My neck needs a break. This crown's heavy. No, I no longer try to be fashionable. No, I very much express myself with every aspect of my body, within the means of clothing. So when I'm out walking, I'm like a big old patchy mosaic, like Mark from Kurt Metzger. I like to wear every little bit I can. But here we are with something that was even rejected by what was the movie? Anyway, I lost it. Here we are.
So if you're gonna get the most brilliant love,
okay, so they're definitely somewhere. So this can't be this guy's studio. This has to be like some other kind of different place. This is ridiculous. Oh, please tell me this is not the guy's studio. Like, this is the guy who created the red pill for Rogan. So the guy had hired the guy who had built the red pill for Rogan to build out his studio, and look what he built. It's
loving, powerful person that gives us advice and can show us how to live
Center.
to
Look
be
at that. It's so futuristic.
In sync with God. Who better than artificial intelligence to do that? Wow. If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my
Like,
God.
artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus. Like all the magic tricks, all the ability to bring...
You have been compromised. Okay, get him. He's like, and he said the quiet part out loud. Okay, we got, okay. And then they'll burst in like, get him. We got to deal with these defectors of reality. These transhumanists trying to live forever when everyone knows you gotta die before you can live. So that shows me you're already dead, because I'm alive. So, what you doing? Bending reality. Making me think you're in a gamma chair with your hoodie.
People back from the dead, walk on water, levitation, water into wine.
I don't think Joe actually believes that when he says it. It's beyond dumb to think that a creation by a man could ever be considered a god, and to compare it to Jesus is just crazy.
The golden goose. You ain't never gonna look like that, Rogan. Let that sink in. You constantly talk about people that look like that. Stop it. They're just Nordic. Leave them alone. No, I'm not trying to, speak ill of the representation embodied, but the method, perhaps. But here we are. Over.
But of course,
Okay.
I think he says stuff like that for his
Peter
weird
Thiel.
dick tech friend, the reptile. I would also like...
So you mix this all up, and it makes the reptile. Peter Thiel. Okay. And this is the Antichrist guy. So this is why I was saying anti-control out history. Because of Peter Thiel talking about Antichrist. And that's something that Duncan Trussell was watching. He's seen his Revelations seminar, which was boring, according to Duncan Trussell, because he needs it nice and spicy, apparently. I guess the book of Revelations is too dull for Duncan. Can't believe that. It's my favorite book. I want to see it all burn. We are in a battle. It's a spiritual battle of the mind. And our bodies are the representations of our spirit. And you looking funky, Peter Thiel.
to point out how this is where Metzger excels in having conversations where Eddie Bravo cannot. He let Joe know his idea was stupid and kept it cordial while not consistently repeating, look into it. But instead, just a few, wait, you didn't know that?
Exactly.
Like when he
Duncan
tells
is
Joe
talented
about
now.
Camp Mystic and how a lot of tinfoil...
But I think that Jesse guy, too, I don't know. I don't think it's Palantir. It might be Palantir, but I think there's another company that also has, and I can't remember his name, the guy with all the warts on his face. That physicist or whoever he is, and his brother also has a podcast, and he was kicked out of Evergreen University. Is it Schwartz or something? But anyway, I think they're all part of this, and it might be Palantir. But I think that Jesse guy, I think he is too. And that's why Rogan's on that, because it's safe. It's not going to veer too far off of the donator's narrative. So you have to understand, Rogan got a deal that far exceeded David Chappelle's supposed reason of moving to Africa. Okay, he was freaking out over 50 million. Are you kidding me? That's a drop in the bucket, Chappelle. So why were you running off to Africa? Did you actually go to Africa, or were you trafficker in Africa? And we're just trying to figure it out. Why Chappelle is freaking out over 50 million when Joe Rogan has had, is it 350 million, 500 million? At least what's being reported just on podcasts alone. Not to mention what he's making off of the MMA stuff that he's marketing and doing. It's a great setup. And during those companion fight days, with them timing up the timers and timing up all this stuff, and it's like he was almost giving a commentary live back when his show used to be live. Remember that? And it almost seemed like he was providing an online real-time commentary, being able to have a God view on top of the fight instead of being in front of the ring. Don't know.
It was stupid and kept it cordial while not consistently repeating, look into it. But instead, just a few, wait, you didn't know that? Like when he tells Joe about Camp Mystic and how a lot of tinfoil hats said the weather seemed controlled. Joe, in his infinite tech Jesus wisdom, quickly plays the devil's advocate.
Remember the kid with the mullet? They blamed the Mystic Camp drowning here in Texas when the flood happened?
Yes.
It wasn't that kid. He got hung out to dry like it was on him. But no, nothing he did. And Jesse Michaels is right. He was right. He told me
Jesse
he was dead
Michaels.
right. The whatever caused that was something so much more sinister, and that kid was like he's an easy guy to,
So what do you think that was man-made weather that caused that storm?
I can't remember the guy's name. We had at the time on Jimmy's show, the dude came on and explained exactly what it was and the loophole that lets them.
This geoengineering. Everyone knows about geoengineering. Okay, that's old stuff. There's videos of Dubai raining. Okay, we all know that. And Rogan loves talking about, well, do you know that in Dubai, they make it rain once a week? Yeah, we heard you say that for the past 10 years, Rogan. And that was old technology even back then. So We know about geoengineering and seeding the clouds, and that's just the UAE way of saying UFO and chemtrails. Okay, that's just the UAE way, UAP way, and I guess UAE. But anyway, what you talking about?
Because there's a treaty tonight, so I assume they just violate it. But no, there's actually a loophole to test this shit out here.
What evidence does this guy have that they created that storm? Because I thought they had been tracking that storm. I thought this was like
I'm not saying he said they created it, but
I thought it was. But hold on, I thought it was a convergence of two storms that was very rare, and it caused this flash flood.
No, I don't remember his details.
Okay, now here's something that people aren't really talking about either. There was a big purchase probably about 10, 15 years ago with I think AccuWeather or one of the main National Weather Service businesses or conglomerates or something was purchased by someone that had ties into tech. I don't know if it was a father or related to maybe a brother that was the brother was also in, and it might have been a part of Apple maybe. But it seemed that they were making this move to make sure that they can also not only create weather patterns, but to make sure that they're the ones who are broadcasting the information. So they're also in control of then telling us what the temperature is going to be, what the potential storms are going to be, and it would almost make it a conflict of interest or something, or be too much power for one man to have to be able to control the weather and also be in charge of, or at least having a family member be running the National Weather Services, the operations or something. But I haven't looked into that for quite a while. I don't know if you guys know anything about that. But let me know. Oh, there is another blizzard coming. So everyone has, if you haven't, like a decade ago, considered that there's been geoengineering, that was back before, well, probably 15 years ago or so. That was when the sky used to be halfway normal. I think it was before 2012. I think 2012 is when, maybe even 2011 is when they started spraying the skies. So the skies have been different ever since. And people are just now feeling, a little bit more. Well, you have that harsh line in your forehead because of the aluminum that's been sprayed in the skies and has made the skies white and harsh, like a harsh blinding light. and the sun is warm. It's a warm light, but because of all the stuff that they're spraying, it's a white out. So they're dimming our skies, and it's highly reflective. So you go outside and you start looking like this, because what was once soft, natural light that actually healed the soul, blue skies that calmed your nerves, is now this white, bright light. And you wonder why everyone is agitated. And that was just the beginning. Now we're seeing heightened storm patterns, tornadoes like we've never seen before, storms almost appearing out of thin air and just dropping water. It's not rain, it's a drop. So they're creating another deluge to do great resets all across the world. And that's exactly what they've done. They've wiped out towns, countries, everything. The tsunami in 2004 or 2012, was it? So
I just know I feel at this point, especially after that Epstein shit, that they should have to prove they're not guilty.
But hold on. Yeah, sure. But also, storms are real.
Joe, yeah, but China's making drones, Rogan. Thanks for letting us know storms are real. Can you perplexity that, Jamie? Are storms real? Weather manipulation is a real thing. They were doing...
Oh, here we go. How do I stay so chill? Oh, because I'm only chill now because I let myself go. You know, the people who are not chill are the ones who are not who are bound by, I gotta get off the screen real quick, but I am interested in this information. But yeah. Ooh. Oh. See, isn't that so much better? I mean, really. Let's think about this for just 2 seconds real quick. Just that right there. And it's something I've been saying throughout this video, that white light, I can't believe people use that. It's not good for your eyes. And then it's also not good for your nervous system. But we're getting used to it because of this dimming effect. That's, we're forgetting that you never have to. There was a time where you never looked at the sky and it hurt like that. And it's always like that now. And the only time it's not is after there's a storm or there's a lot of wind, and it blows it clear, and then you have a clear sky. But it's very rare that people are actually seeing clouds. Those are accumulations of concentrated sulfur and aluminum. So there's a huge experiment happening. And our grandkids will be wondering how How did we ever let people do this to us? No, that won't happen because no one's going to have grandkids. We're not going to last that long. Yeah, this whole thing's coming down, and you got to be in Noah's Ark right before the deluge. So we are building that ark and gathering people 2 by 2. Because it's gonna happen. But in the meantime, we're gonna have a little fun.
Are real. Can you perplexity that, Jamie? Are storms real? Weather manipulation is a real thing. They were doing it back in Nam. And geoengineering is something you can literally just look up. Don't get me started on mud floods. I don't know enough about the Camp Mystic flood, but if Kurt says look into it, you will probably learn something devastating. That said, I do remember the video Kurt was talking about. That one aired on the Jimmy Dore show, and what's interesting is when you try searching Camp Mystic and Jimmy Dore, the episode doesn't come up at all.
Oh, sorry, I was zoomed in here.
That said, I do remember the video Kurt was talking about. That one aired on the Jimmy Dore show, and what's interesting is when you try searching Camp Mystic and Jimmy Dore, the episode doesn't come up at all, which is a little weird. And as the podcast keeps going, Kurt really starts unloading on the Trump administration, especially over Venezuela, just saying all the things the millions...
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah, the light is much better, okay? Let me return to that. I forgot what I was saying there. So in that instance, the white screen is very harsh, and then something a little bit warmer is far better. Something, warmer with some color. And that's what our skies used to be. It used to be blue. You used to see green trees instead of brown dead trees. Oh. It looks like my headphones stopped again. Ooh, they don't want this information coming out. Don't be talking about Jesus or geoengineering. Let's see if I can get these ones to work here. Okay. So we used to see color out there. Now it's harsh. White light. And there's a soothing effect. So that's what I'm looking at with people's layouts and their backdrops and their shows and stuff. And that's why, again, Whitney Cummings, her whole set is shining this intense white light up so that there's no shadow or any kind of, cool distinction of symmetry between space and time. She wants everything just on one plane of existence. Dull. So please allow for us to be, really adamant in our comments to these shows that won't won't have us in mind as we watch it. And that's why I really enjoyed Kyle Dunnigan's shows. I thought the green screen was really going to trip me out, but it's just indie enough to work, and it don't hurt your eyes. But there you are. That's just, and I don't know anything about engineering, geoengineering, but that's just a little observation that I've seen, among others. Okay.
Millions of us Eddie Bravos aren't smart enough to articulate on our own. What's really crazy is 90% of you Eddie Bravos watching aren't subscribed. Subscribe.
Everybody voted for Trump to not have a war in Venezuela. I know that.
Right.
Nobody voted, so they're like, we got it. No fentanyl. That's a lie. I mean, I don't know what idiot thinks fentanyl is coming from Venezuela, but only liars and morons think that. And if I'm wrong, can we see the evidence? We saw the video of you murdering those people. I just got to take your word for it? That oily-haired fuck Pete Hegseth with his weirdo Catholic and Templar night tattoos? He's got fucking Dan Brown cuckoo tattoos. They're not Nazi. They're fucking Knights of fucking Saint whatever the fuck
I saw that
he's
same
in.
symbol in a Catholic church.
Yeah, they're
DC.
old Crusader shit. And just so you know.
Yeah, you don't want to be a Crusader around Kurt Metzger. Okay, he don't like people joining alliances and being on a mission. He wants you just sitting there and listen to his schizo rants. He's a schizo, if I've ever seen one. But we hold him dear to our heart. No, that'll get him really going. If you want to ever get Kurt Metzger down a dark path, start calling them schizo. Oh man. I'm liking this Apologia Comedia. So thank you for this compilation. I do like these compilations, and it looks like I'm going to be spending the majority of the time on this one thing. I thought we were going to get into a couple others. I hope you guys are okay with that. When something's kind of blossoming as we proceed, I tend to just go with it. But here you are.
Templars were not good guys. They were real fucked. They were, in fact, it's a real Diddy party.
We're going on a long circuitous route. What did you say initially before that?
Venezuela. Why? Everybody's going to war.
Here's the thing. One of the boats, the remains of the boat just showed up. Mm-hmm. They just found it and it has marijuana in it.
Oh, you know what? I stand corrected then. Sorry, Joe.
But no, I mean, I'm saying to prove to your point.
They almost had marijuana.
No, it had. I think that's true. See if that was something that was in the news today.
Felt like Rogan was blocking Kurt the entire episode from talking. Sometimes I think Kurt is part of the most elaborate Jehovah's Witness recruitment program imaginable. Kurt is the only guest Joe has on that makes his handlers nervous. Once Metzger starts talking about Pete Hegseth and his cringe secret society tattoos, Joe changes the subject real fast. Joe clearly doesn't want beef with any of the dorks Trump hired to be the face for whatever or whoever is actually calling the shots behind the scenes. Because guys like Hegseth and Cash are terrible actors. No pun intended. They are bad at pretending they know what they're doing. And if the director of this season of America was even remotely competent...
Oh man, that is, and look at that though. That's so fake. Well, I don't know. It is though. Like this. I will say is the most genuine expression I've seen on her face before everyone said that she wasn't grieving enough. Because when she wasn't grieving and she came back on screen and she didn't have any makeup, okay? So she didn't have any makeup and she looked just fine, okay? All of a sudden you got her needing to be a widow, crying everything, and now she had to put the mask on, okay? So she was, she looked like she was grieving. Or, I don't know, maybe not, because there's a lot of stuff. A lot of storyline with this. That's a pretty good shot, though. Oh, man, he knows something. Oh, God, I can't even get into that, because, man, I've got some theories, folks. I got some theories. No, none of them are my own theories. I merely am drawn to the most fringy one. But this seems like she is not. This emotion is this. It's her being with him in that moment right now. That's her winning over the secretary of the press secretary lady. And she's like, see, now I get to be with Trump. And he's like, oh, these right-wing baddies. So she's doing this because this is her time to get nuzzled up with Trump. She's not actually upset that something happened. She is actually really happy that she is doing this. And she's gloating. To the press secretary, and he's just like, okay. All right, yeah. Now go. It's like, but you know, there's a lot of lore with this. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it's pretty wild because and I'm sure most people spent at least 2 months on the event that happened, everything unfolding. So it was all national kind of news stuff, which seems to be what the media is trying to do with ICE in Minneapolis. Okay, you know, this isn't happening in the other states. You know, everyone's talking about that now. So why is it happening in Minneapolis? Oh, well, the government wants to. Yeah, well, so yeah. He's just like this old second term slide. But I spent probably, you know, that a little bit more than two months kind of in that mix, and then I had to get out. But I was trying to look at it at all the different angles and see. And now I've got footage, and I don't think too many people have seen this footage. And it's, well, I think probably more people have seen it now, perhaps, but it's the footage before everything happened. And there is some footage showing, and we're talking Charlie Kirk here, showing the guy who asked the question when it happened, him rocking back and forth like crazy before he asked the question. There's a video that's sped up, and you can see him rocking back and forth really fast while he was waiting his turn to ask Charlie Kirk a question while everyone else, even the people that were waiting in line, were just standing normal. So there's footage even before that. And what was it? It was them getting their levels set. And Charlie Kirk kept putting the microphone down. So you got to see a little bit of this kind of drama that had unfolded with what seemed like the security guy and I believe the guys at TPUSA, or like Josh or whatever, was running the soundboard. And they were trying to get Charlie to continue to just to hold on to the microphone. But he kept putting it down on the table. But there's evidence to show that Charlie Kirk knew that they were after him. And it could be that he might have thought that they could be doing something with the microphone. And maybe it'd be, like they're going to electrocute him with it or something. So he kept putting the microphone down, and then he picked it up to answer. And then that was, one of the moments where he was holding on to the microphone for a decent amount of time. And then that's when they got him. So, but that theory makes a lot more sense. No, not Siri. Sorry. That theory makes a lot more sense if you see this footage before they started asking questions. So it was while they were setting up. And you could see that that Charlie Kirk was kind of annoyed by them harassing him to keep holding on to the microphone, and and so he kind of just kept ignoring them, and it seemed then like maybe he could have known, perhaps, that maybe that might be a method that they could be taking him out. I mean, I don't know how he would get that information, but but I actually, and that's the electrocution theory, but I'm definitely it's the way the whole thing kind of went down. It looked like it was from the lapel mic, and it looked like some projectile blew out of the lapel mic out through his neck. And there's a lot of shifty stuff happening when they try to gather him and stuff. But I mean, I didn't do any, barren deep dives. Okay, so I'm not qualified to talk. But no buts. I don't really have a strong constitution in this, but there are a lot of oddities in this one that, I mean, you can go in just about every direction with this assassination. It's wild. And then everyone forgets that Trump was, shot at. So it makes me suspicious that it wasn't that big. If it wasn't that big of a deal, and maybe it didn't happen then. I don't know. But isn't wild that it's like Donald Trump? But hey, he's doing what he said he's going to do, and there's a lot of people happy about that. So, no one's going to get it right, but at least get it right for the people. And let's make America beautiful again. But old Trump. So this whole thing was really, really weird. Okay, everything was really weird, and it seemed over rehearsed. And then come to find out, she was in these weird CIA, instructional videos, or I don't know, like such weird stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Jan's saying that having the electric current in the handheld mic might have active congruent with the lapel mic explode. Yeah. It could have been the bit of a conductor for it or something, but it's yeah, I don't. It's a really strange, because again, people described the fire, like the shot, as a crack. Yeah, they didn't say there was a shot rang out from afar. They said it was like a loud crack, and that seems more mechanical than rifling. Rifling is there's a spin to it, so you can, so the noise that was captured was a little bit more mechanical, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Charlie knew that they were after him, and he was kind of letting it unfold, according to Candace Owen. It makes it seem that he's like, okay, well, if this is how it's got to go, it's got to go like this. And I guarantee you, he probably has like papers, if it's not already been shared, of how he knew that so and so was going to betray him. So a lot of craziness, and they all had cell phones. Okay, there was like 12 cell phones. They all had them. They're all talking to each other. And But it's all alleged. All alleged. I don't know, but they're in JD Vance. And he knew to avoid electronics due to exploding pagers. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I bet he was tipped off. Maybe that day, and just saying, hey, you got to be careful. There's, they might be doing something, because also where he was sitting was raised. That was a raised stage platform that he was on top of, which didn't need to happen. There's no reason for that, unless they, were storing a lot of batteries for the current, or that there was a trap door, and maybe they used that to remove the mechanism off of him and then hauled his body out, and then that person went underground with the evidence, and then they saw that there was a bit more on him in the SUV, and that's the plastic breakage that's on the floor of the SUV that he drove off in, or was thrown in. And then they paved over that trap door. How do I feel about Alex Jones? I feel like he switched up as well. Yeah, well, a lot has happened. If we're gonna believe what's happening, he had trillions, or he's got a $3 trillion settlement, or not settlement, but a court filing or something. He was sued for that, and so I think Alex Jones has been right quite a bit, and has sources, and I don't, and even with, well, I can't even say this stuff, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I can see that even recently, he something's happening to him. He even crashed out on Ben Avery. But I would say a lot of it probably started during that lawsuit. What do you guys think? Yeah, I think they paid off Alex Quartz. Oh. Israel? Are you saying that you think, like who paid off? Interesting. Yeah. Well, and that's how you would get someone to side with you, to put them through the most insane court situation that seems completely unjust and unfair, just for saying things that he thought. And then that's a way to compromise the incomparable. That's a way to get him. So you put him through legal hell and then get them to pay off your debts, I guess. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, now, I mean, you can be for other countries. There's. Now, I don't. I think nationalism is, that nationalism is a result of hard times. So I'm not into nationalism. I feel like that's not that's people trying to return to one's roots because of potential threat. And so you align yourself really tight with something like oh, Erica Kirk. She's aligning her loins to Trump alert. But yeah. What was I saying? The Israel government. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose that would be the way to get him. But yeah, Alex Jones is just not even sounding the same anymore. He's just talking goofy. It's like they either replaced him or the diet is removing his cool radio voice. It takes a resonator to speak with a microphone. And Alex Jones found that through pushing through all of that, all the fatness to get to the point. No, he was doing cool things early on, and but oh yeah, you could be getting some of all that. Oh, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, you can be for other governments, or other countries, I suppose. But if you live in America, you should be that old American first, okay? And then you get to, what's cool about going to these countries that have their own unique culture through tight borders. Some to the point where they'll just change up the currency, make you speak a different language just to let you know that they're different. And what you see is trust and unity. And then you can visit these countries and experience their unique culture. So everyone should have that. So, Kurt Metzger and Professor Yang says that there's going to be the three-headed serpent. All China, U.S., and Russia is going to be ruled by AI. The thing that Joe Rogan thinks is Jesus Christ.
They would have been fired already. Or, they would have just quit in shame, like Bongino. The funniest part of the whole podcast was when he called out Cash and his quote-unquote girlfriend.
Let's be clear. The idea that Democrats want to get to the bottom of this is, remember, if you brought up Epstein at all, you were a conspiracy theorist for the entire time before Trump got in again. Remember that?
Yeah.
Why would you? In fact, they said, why would you bring it up? The reason any Democrat would possibly bring it up now, because they know Trump cannot reveal it. So they're just going to use it to make hay for whatever. I'm sure once when AOC gets in, she'll get to the bottom of it. I'm sure when what a joke, dude.
Exactly.
What a
once we
joke.
know that the Trump administration isn't getting to the bottom of it, no one is.
Oh, you don't trust Cash no more? He looks so reliable on here. Wow. He talks like a goddamn Zoomer. Just, nobody thinks it's weird that guy lives with a dude. His supposed honeypot girlfriend, they're suing. But she's suing everybody. They said she's a IDF honeypot or whatever the fuck.
Who's suing? Was she suing
His girlfriend.
people?
Yeah.
Who's she suing?
By the way, that should clear up those Jew rumors. Am I right?
Cash's girlfriend sued several podcasters.
Man, Kurt Metzger,
for defamation, alleging they spread false claims that she's a Mossad agent or honeypot for Patel. And Kurt's right. The lawsuit sure did calm down those rumors. It's hilarious how Joe does his absolute best to avoid mentioning Brazil, but he can't help but burst out laughing when Kurt drops a nuke like that. I think everyone is just sick of the team Trump put together to play the face of a position instead of giving them any real power to do their job. Maybe it's a good thing they don't have any power. They wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. As the podcast gets about 2 hours deep, Kurt makes sure to let Joe know how stupid his belief in AI Jesus is. And right when Kurt blames Joe's weird-dicked AI tech friends for Joe's line of thinking, Joe cuts him off.
That's what Lucifer, I think, is, a plasma ball of inverted souls, which they're going to tell you is Jesus, and it's not, by the way. Anybody telling you that a man-made AI Jesus is a Jesus, I mean, that's a Luciferian. That's how you spot him, so you know.
Then I'm a Luciferian, because I've been telling people that.
Well, you hang out with tech people, and you probably beam it in your head.
No, it's just this.
Oh. It's like, well, I guess so he got to speak it out now. That's part of his karmic retribution. He found a way to say it out loud. And this is a man flipping sixes on his eye, knowing everything about Aleister Crowley. Wicked as Aleister Crowley's neighbors know me.
Because I've been telling people that.
Well, you hang out with tech people, and you probably beam it in your head.
No, it's just a silly idea that what I'm saying is, it makes sense that if that keeps going, it's almost like a god. If it just keeps getting more and more
powerful. Of course
powerful.
it is. They say that literally. It's going to be like a god. But I'm just saying that wouldn't be Jesus. That would be crazy.
Well, whatever Jesus was.
I'm sure Jesus is a guy.
Just like Kurt made sure to circle.
Whoever he was. So he's thinking that they're going to capture the essence of Jesus and replicate it. Wherever he was. He is.
Back around and explained to Joe with kid gloves that he should probably stop spreading Luciferian beliefs. He also made sure to come back to the dumpster fire that is now TPUSA. Joe mentioned several times throughout the podcast that he doesn't keep up with it, but we know that's not true. He watches Jimmy Dore all the time, and when Kurt starts talking about Erica Kirk's Kill Tony-like entrances to her show, Joe admits that the memes are great. He just knows where the rabbit hole leads with TPUSA, and it's a topic his weird dick tech friends, I assume, don't want him to discuss.
If you're a Christian, I'm not saying I'm a Christian because I'm not. Sometimes I act like a Christian, but most of the time I do not. So I would never say that, you know?
Right.
But think of the fucking crazy people running like, that's why TPUSA is so fucked when I watch it, is like, yo, ain't nobody a Christian in that shit. Not one motherfucker there is a fucking Christian. It's a collection of intel and socio-political shit and a money scam. Like all politics. All of them.
Yes.
But that's the Republican one. And it's real creepy if you watch it.
Ooh,
I don't.
Man.
Oh, well, you know what?
What do you watch? What do you watch that's creepy about it?
You don't watch Amfest? Well, I know when my
I don't
father...
watch any of that shit anymore.
So when my father
I'm
died...
swearing off of all of it.
Do you think this is creepy? To your husband died?
I'm
died.
swearing off of all of it.
Do you think this is creepy? To your husband dies?
So he's swearing off of all that stuff. Hell. Paying me $300 million. Shit.
Come out in a sparkly outfit with fireworks. This is creepy. To your husband dies, you come out in a sparkly outfit with fireworks shooting off like you're fucking Tony Hinchcliffe at a stadium show.
The memes are amazing.
3 weeks before he died, they were all piling on him that he's an anti-Semite because he had Dave Smith on and fucking...
Yeah, this is
Laura Loomer, that piece of shit, she goes, why don't you admit you're an anti-Semite? I don't think Charlie Kirk was an anti-Semite. He called it ethnic cleansing on Patrick Bet Value's show.
Called what ethnic cleansing?
Gaza.
Oh, right.
That's a big no-no. And then his funders were like, hey, what if you die? Who's going to take over? That's the first thing they say to you when you come in?
That's all I got.
Give me that old-time religion.
Nice.
I must be so powerful and inescapable that people
All right, here are
have
two lazy... Got the... Well, we don't need to go back, but that was... Comedy... Copedia Comedy, or whatever. See? It's like... Get yourself a cool name. But that was a good video. Thank you for sharing that. No, I will go back and see it, because... Yeah, you allowed us to play in your sandbox. That was Apologia Comedia with Kurt Metzger exposing how compromised Joe Rogan really is. These are, your top 3 compilation shows. There might be a couple more. A couple more channels that do that, but the Comedia coming in with a hot one. I've got another one in me. I could do another one, but why not hold off on that and kind of see how this scheduling goes, where well, it's not every day that we can find a clip that that can get you there. Well, I mean, actually, we have been doing that. But this seems like a good stopping point. Again, we can get into another one, but let's see how that works. Especially with people trying to watch these things. Sometimes if you cover too many topics, no, I've barely been able to have more than 2 topics on one 6-hour stream. I gotta learn how to say more by speaking less. But that ain't never gonna happen. Okay, I'm your vocal river, and we're just floating down the consciousness stream. And we'll revisit these compilation videos, because they are providing some really good content, getting us kind of caught up on things that we could easily forget because there's so much stuff happening out there. And so maybe these being 2 weeks behind, 2 weeks too late, too lazy to try, might actually be the thing that we need in this fast-paced content economy. But these have been overdone. But I'm doing it. I'm doing it like that from now on. And then I'll have a thumbnail like this, and then talk about something completely else, just to throw people off the trail. I don't think you should announce that you're about to talk about them. You know what I mean? Whoever tells people that they're about to talk about them, hey buddy, hey, we're about to talk about you, just so you know. Yeah, not me. So our live shows are a mystery, and only the people that jump into the comedy waters get to experience it. So thank you. I like that the lives feel like its own thing, apart from editing videos. But I think we'll wrap things up tonight with Apologia Comedia, and revisit these compilation shows, and maybe we can get both of them in on the next one. I do appreciate you guys hanging out. And if you see any cool links, or any cool videos that you like to be brought up on the whole show, let us know. All the info is in the details, and like and subscribe. I do all that stuff too. I'd rather not have to ask to like and subscribe. I just leave this as a show. But occasionally, I guess it helps. yes, we'll come back and take a look at either American Redacted or Too Lazy to Try. And these are heavy hitters, just like old bowling. But thank you for hanging out, and we'll see you next time.